Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ and Nookie Poo. Right on time. Thank you for that resub. 2 years, 2 whole years. That's awesome. Welcome to the Friday stream where we're going to be working on Deno and fresh spots. If you haven't tuned in to the past nine streams, this is an app that will let users create and share lists of places to visit. The idea is you could create a list called like my favorite restaurants or best places to visit in Denver, for example, and then you can share that list. The goal of this project really was to just try out this framework called Fresh, which is the next-gen web framework built for speed, reliability, and simplicity. And it's built to work with Deno, which is an alternative Node.js runtime. So this is a modern runtime for JavaScript and TypeScript. And thank you, Cheesecake Man. So Deno the dinosaur, I'm wearing a dinosaur t-shirt today. But yeah, so this framework is all about just-in-time rendering on the edge, and it has the concept of islands, so you can have certain components that do have JavaScript, but the majority of things are server-side rendered, and then your islands will kick in whenever the page gets loaded. And look too, thank you for that resub as well. So we've been working with this. Probably the biggest challenge with this entire app is just figuring out the right libraries to use because the Deno ecosystem is still growing. Yeah, it's growing. It's not at the same level as like the NPM ecosystem and Node.js. Now they are working towards being able to support most packages on NPM, but they're not there yet. So a lot of our initial work was figuring out what we were going to use for the database. We ended up using this library called Keasley, which I'm pretty happy with. And Nookie Poo, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. You're too kind. You're too kind. I really appreciate it. And congrats to everybody. You can use the Coding Garden emotes now, like the Coding Garden heart. Everybody, hearts in chat for Nookie Poo. Appreciate that. But Keasley is a really cool library. So if you've ever used Connects with Node.js, Keasley is like that, but with amazing TypeScript support. So you can see in their example here, whenever they're selecting a specific column, it has all of that TypeScript type completion. And it's a query builder. It's not an ORM. So basically the code that you write maps directly to SQL, but you get really good type completion. So it took a little bit to get that going, but we like it so far. And then for authorization, we're using a library that I wrote. So there are a couple of OAuth 2 libraries in the Deno ecosystem, and we tried one. Didn't really fit our needs. It did some things we didn't like. So I wrote my own, and it's super simple, and it actually is just a wrapper around this Deno OAuth 2 client, which is unopinionated. Basically, you can create a client, put your ID and secret, specify where you're authorizing to, how you get a token, where you redirect to. And so essentially what I've done is I've wrapped that with some common providers. So
love your stream.
Oh, no.
All-time favorite second monitor content to not feel too alone when in home office.
Oh, far too long. That's a lot of money, and I appreciate it. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. What do I do? I'm glad to hear that you enjoy the stream while you're working. I've actually heard a couple of people mention that they do a similar thing, and that they keep me on in the background. It's like working in an office or something like that. I really appreciate it. You're too kind. You're way too kind. Thank you so much, and thanks for being a part of the community. Okay, what do we do now? What was I even talking? I was talking about Deno Grant. So basically, I provided like the token auth defaults and the authorization endpoint defaults for these various providers, and eventually I'll be able to add a lot more because this was inspired by this library called Grant, which is really good and really popular in the Node.js ecosystem. They support all of these OAuth providers. So eventually this library that I'm working on will support all of those as well. So that's it. We've been working on the app, and honestly, it's mainly just been setup, configuration, learning about the Deno and ecosystem, and then also working with Preact as well. So Deno is built on top of Preact, which is a fast 3 kilobyte alternative to React with the same modern API. So it works just like React, but if you come across a library that was meant to work with React, you got to do a little bit of things to get it to work with Preact. I haven't gotten there, Oscar. But you're totally right. And that actually came in a later episode. So we have OAuth working with this, but once you have OAuth working, you need a cookie, right? Or a session of some kind. So Oscar wrote a library for working with cookies. Because again, there are some libraries in the Deno ecosystem, but they weren't doing the things that we wanted them to do, or at least what we're used to in the Node.js ecosystem. So in Node.js, you have there's cookie parser, and then just like a cookie library that works really well with Express that can create signed. I'm playing Freshbots, Season 4, Episode 3. But it can create signed cookies very easily, and we couldn't find a library that could do that. And so Oscar stepped in, and they're like, I got this. And it's called Squishy Cookies, and it's super simple. It's basically like, we want things to be simple. Is that it? That's not it. Something's done with something. I made Squishy Cookies. But if you look at his docs for Squishy Cookies, it's what we need. Basically, you have a secret that you use to sign your cookies, and then when you want to sign a cookie, you specify the name and the value, and then that will create a cookie that you can put into the headers. Easy as that, but this actually didn't exist in the Deno ecosystem. And the ones that were written for Node.js depend on Node crypto, which hasn't been fully ported for Deno yet. So we're using this. So after the OAuth flow, we set a cookie using this library. So definitely shout out to Oscar. Oscar's been helping a ton on this project, just with ideas. I talked about earlier, like getting Preact to work. Like one of the things about, let's see, so I can show an example here that should load the map. We're looking at the deployed version right now. It's slow for whatever reason. I don't know why. But getting this map to load right here. So this map is client-side rendered. This is an island. The initial page load, and you could think like the sidebar, the navbar, all of that is server-side rendered. But then once the page loads, we need JavaScript to actually load this map because it's very interactive. So the initial code to get that working came from Oscar, and then also we had some ideas from American 2050, who's in the chat. This person. They both helped with figuring out how to do that, because essentially we only want to load this library if it's being loaded on the client versus trying to load those dependencies through Deno. So it's been a journey, and here we are on day 10. And the plan for today is to really just work on this page. So right now you can click on a map. I should pick a better, more populated area. So like for instance, I live in Denver, and let's say I were creating a list of places like this. So I could click on the map. Right now, it doesn't get saved to a database or anything like that. It just gets listed over on the left here. But what we're going to do today is we're going to make this page work so that when I click on the map, that will actually give me a little form where I can specify what is the place name, maybe give a description about it, and then click save, and that will actually put it in a database. And all of these points will be associated with the one list that I'm working on. And then this page will list all of my lists so that I can go in and edit them. That's what we're going to do today. That's the plan. Oh, also, we had a lot of struggles with Tailwind and styling. So last time, we actually just added Bootstrap. We were just like, you know what? Oh, I was anyways. I was like, I don't want to deal with Tailwind. So we added Bootstrap, and that's what's giving us like our navbar and our buttons now. And we might do a little bit of work on styling, because in my off time, I did some research into either getting CSS modules working in Deno or JSS, or even Uno CSS, which I like a little bit better than Tailwind. So we might do that, but honestly, I want to focus on getting the page working rather than how it looks. So yeah. And we are using Leaflet, and then I'm on the free plan for the Mapbox tile editor, or Mapbox Studio, because Mapbox Studio lets you create custom maps. So we were actually able to go in and create a map and define custom colors too. So you can see whenever I zoom in here, the labels start to turn green. So within Mapbox Studio, we were actually able to set that, and we can go in and further customize it. We could change the font and everything else. So that's what we're using right now. Yeah, I mean, like Sass is a whole other beast as well. So Sass needs to be transpiled. Sass needs to be turned into CSS. But the whole idea of Fresh is there is no build step. Everything is server-side rendered. So technically, we probably could create a plugin that renders or transpiles Sass on the fly during the render, but it's not straightforward, and I haven't found any examples of it, of people doing it. But it's technically possible. Yeah. Okay. That's it. That's a whirlwind overview of everything. Let's say hi to everyone, and then we'll get to writing some code. And like I said, I really want to focus on this page today and getting it actually like hooked up to the database and such. And what's up, Simak? Hello, hello. And Dr. Thu, hello. All right, yeah, let's say hello to everybody. If you'd like me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hiyo, what's up? Morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, vohiyo, or bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I will say hi back to you. What's up, Notlandia, who says, hi, beautiful soul. What's up, the She-Boss, the first in the chat, longtime member of the community. Welcome in. Hello, American 2050, and Mark, and Cesar, and Ira Awesome, and Cookify Media, and Publip, and Prashanth, and One Computer Guy, and Samak, and Java Guy, and Mike the Tree Climber, who got off work early just to watch me. Thank you, Mike. You didn't have to do that. You could just watch the VOD, but I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Oh, and it's Friday. I forgot to mention. It's Friday. Did I mention it's Friday? It's Friday. Friday. What's up, Oscar, and Louisa, and Naman, and Baba Dev, and Sunny, and Okay Not Now. The She-Boss with 2 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And they've gifted 161 subs in the channel. Big supports. Thank you so much, the She-Boss. What's up, Nookie Poo? Thanks again for all the support. Juan Ramirez, hello. What's up, White Triple X and Dopio and Stotney? Hello, hello. What's up, Yash and Fob and Dr. Thu and Notlandia and Acid Spark and Pitbull Proton and the OxD and Riyadh and Old School Rapper and Crypod and Ron Dev and Woe Dude and Gonzilla and Tanner and Rich Codes Web and Far Too Long. And thanks again, Far Too Long, for the huge dono. Thank you so much. Hi ho, what's up, Diploidal? Welcome in. Yeah, and if you're new here, type 1 in chat. If you're new, type 1 in chat. I know there's a couple of newbies, at least some first-timers. Chirp and Abe Train and Gonzilla, welcome in. Windward Hive's very new. Welcome in, Den Guy. And Abe, yeah, welcome in, everybody. You can, in White, welcome in, you can customize your chat messages. So you can see that Ryan has their country flag. And probably not, I don't think it's their country flag, but they have a country flag, and then the maple leaf. You can see Stotney has the Denmark flag and the Tux Linux penguin, and Windward Hive has the Turkey flag and the TypeScript logo, and Diploidal has the Poland flag. So you too can set your flag and your icon. So if you want to set your flag, do exclamation mark. Oh, and then American 2050 has the Argentina flag. Look at that. And I don't know what that logo is, but they have a logo. But if you want to set your flag, you can do exclamation mark flag followed by your 2-character country code. I forget the ISO standard, but it has to adhere to that ISO standard. 2-character country code, and then your flag will appear on your messages. Tanner says, thoughts on a monorepo for personal projects or separating apps into different repos and projects? I'm making an app for web, desktop, and mobile. I'm not sure if I want to put them all in one repo. If they're all related, it might make sense to use a monorepo. And if you're using TypeScript and you want to share types between projects, it makes sense to use a monorepo. Or also if you have like utility functions that you might use in multiple of those apps, it would make sense to put it in a monorepo. I think if the projects are unrelated, I would put them in separate repos just so I have separate repos on my GitHub and separate things in my profile or my like portfolio. So yeah, if they're related, I think a monorepo makes sense. Yeah. Look at all the flags coming in the chat. That's awesome. And then also, if you want to put that little icon, you can go over to the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet or Simple Icons. Simple Icons has a ton. If you look at Simple Icons, they have a bunch of brands and such, and you can search here. Let me see. Do they have Deno? They do have Deno. I'm going to set my icon to Deno. So in the chat, I can do team, and then you need the slug. So in my case, it's a single word, so it should be fine. But that initial page that I linked to has all of the slugs. And the slug is what you need to use to set the specific thing. So, but Deno should be the slug. So if I do that, now it shows up there. Rich Code's Webs, the Welsh flag doesn't have a 2-character code being under Great Britain. Oh, well, it's only countries. I'm ignorant of geography. What is Welsh? Wales and Ireland? Yeah, so technically they are in... Actually, I don't know. I'm using... all of the... Wales is a country? Well, let's look up the Wales 2-character country code. The thing is, like, yeah, so you can't use UK. You have to use GB, which is Great Britain. We're also working on fixing that. So yesterday we actually did some work to fork a repo that has a bunch more flags with not only countries but also provinces and regions and cities. So once we get that working, we'll probably have it. But let's see if there's Wales on here. Wales is not on here. So yeah, you probably just have to, for whatever reason, you have to set it to GB, United Kingdom. For some reason, Wales is not in the ISO 3166-1 Alpha 2 specification. I don't know. I mean, we could probably read into this on Wikipedia, like what counts to be listed there. Yeah, so isn't Wales on this little island here? At least I think. I mean, honestly, we could look at our map here. We can zoom out. Then we could zoom in on that little island. Oh, I guess it would be Ireland? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So, according to ISO 3166, your country code is GB. You don't get separated out, even though it is a separate country. But don't fret, because pretty soon we will fix that, because we were working on that yesterday. So we have a repo called flags. And then if we go in here, there is a GB folder, and inside of there likely is a Wales flag, a WLS flag. Look at that. Is that Wales? Did I get that right? Yeah, you want your dragon? That's it. Okay. So probably next week we're gonna get this working. So next week you'll be able to do flag GB/WLS, and then that will verify that it exists in that folder, and then embed the flag. So next week, stay tuned. For now, you can set it to Great Britain, or if you want to. Okay. Shiba says, I'm ignorant of geography also. If it's not math, science, or tech, I ain't it. Yeah. I mean, do I blame the American education system? I guess so. Yeah. I mean, because I don't know. I guess another thing is, like, the United States is big. And Default Gian, thank you very much for that resub, right? Like, there are literally like 50 mini countries within the U.S., and I barely know the geography of the U.S., so, yeah. And I did not mean to offend by saying Wales is not a country. Like I said, I am ignorant of geography, so, yeah. Wales is a principality. Interesting. Okay, but regardless, next week, hopefully next week, you'll be able to use it. All right, let's get to coding. Don't quote me on that. And let's look at the code. So like I said, I want to work on this spot list creation page. And so right now, what happens after you log in is you get redirected to this page, which will show you any lists that you have created. So we don't have any lists in the database yet, so let's actually just work on creating a list. So if I click create a list, that will take me to a page. Right now it's taking me to like a fake ID, like ABC123. But I think what I want to do is I want to do dashboard/list/new. And that will take me to this page, and then there will be like a save button. And this thing won't actually be created until I click create or click save. And then after it's saved, then the URL will be list/edit/some ID. Does that make sense? Type 1 in chat if that makes sense. And let's go. So we have our dashboard, right? I guess regardless if it makes sense, we're working with it. We're moving with it. So right now this button takes us to dashboard edit ABC123. I actually want this to take us to dashboard list create. That's a good URL. Dashboard/list/create. And right now Oh, and I need to start it up. Okay, never mind. It's going to take a quick second. We need to spin up Docker because our database is a PostgreSQL database and it's running inside of Docker. I mean, technically, I could connect to the production database, which is the one that the deployed website is connecting to. But we're going to spin up Docker, so let's give it a second. Render.com? Oh, so that's why I was a little bit late to stream. I already, and I'm just using Supabase, so I was using Railway. But then you'll see I maxed out the free plan. I mean, technically I could pay for it, but like this data, I don't want to pay, I don't know, what is it? Like, it would probably work out to like roughly $10 a month for my database because I'm in development. And I've never used Render, but I ended up just creating a project on Supabase and then use the DB credentials to connect to it, and that seems to work fine. So I'm not going to worry about any other servers right now, but maybe I'll look into Render. Okay, so Docker is up and going. If I do Docker compose up, that will start my Postgres database. Yeah, I mean, obviously you should pay for services, right? But this is like a hobby project. Like, I'm not making any money from it. Like, if it was revenue generating, then of course, like, pay for the services that you're using. But yeah. Oh, glad to hear it, the She-Boss. Yeah. I think I got a couple of referrals. Let's see. Yeah, I got 2 referrals. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I guess a quick ad. I don't know. You all are here. You want to support me? if you're US based, there's this app called Privacy that lets you generate debit cards, so you can use it for free trials and stuff like that. But if you sign up with that link, I get $5. You get $5. Okay, database is up and going. If I do Deno task start, that should start Deno locally. Connect to my local database. We should be good to go. So if I can log in with Discord. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, once you start using those debit cards, you don't get rewards points. So I just use it for like one-off services that, and for companies that I don't know or don't trust as well, because if they ever get a data breach, then my credit card numbers are safe because they only have my privacy ones, which I can revoke. Regardless, now when I click this button, this takes me to /list/create, and that is not found. So we need a route for that. So inside of dashboard, I'm going to create a folder called list, and then inside of there, I'm going to create a page called create. So list/create. And for now, I do need the user object. So here's I think this was the only page where we were using it. It's right here. And so basically the way that our auth works is after the auth flow, we set a cookie with the user's ID. And then when you reach this page, so right now this was the only page that logged in users could see. Our function that runs before the render would basically look that user up in the database, and then if it found them, would render the page. But if it couldn't find them, then it would redirect them back to say that they were unauthorized. I don't want to copy paste this code into every single page that requires authentication, so I kind of want a middleware. And the way middlewares work in Fresh is, I believe if you put a middleware at a certain level, everything below that will run it. So right now we have the middleware that essentially validates the cookie. So this doesn't do a database lookup. This just validates that the cookie was signed using this secret, which I now realize is hard-coded. And while I'm here, I'm actually going to pull this out into my config. So I'm going to say config.cookie secret like this. And then we have a whole config loader that we set up. So if I go into utils, config, why is this complaining? We need to say that it could be an empty string, and then cookie secret, it will grab this from our env. We'll have a environment variable called cookie secret. But actually, both of these need to, there's a whole bunch of code we need to write right now. I was like, oh, this is going to be easy enough. No. Okay, so first of all, let's start here. We created an enum of all possible environment variables that we can load into our app. Now, of course, you don't have to do this, but this is more maintainable. And in a larger code base, this helps other developers know what the environment variables should be. And then we also have a validator that makes sure we're specifically only using these environment variables. Yeah, so technically I should be using, instead of a string right here, I should be using it from the enum. So I should say environment variables dot map tile URL. And this one should be environment variables dot cookie secret. Cool. So of course you don't need to do this. You could put the strings in directly, but by structuring it this way, at a glance, we can see what environment variables we are expecting, and this config loader also has a Zod schema that we validate against. So we essentially try to parse the config, and if it fails, the app won't even start up. So that's another thing that helps other developers that are trying to work on this app as well. If we're missing an environment variable, it won't even start up, and it'll say, hey, you need this environment variable. So at this point, we need to modify the Zod config right here. And we need to add another property that's very similar to map tile URL, but it's going to be cookie secret. So it's a string, minimum length 1, and then we're grabbing an error message for cookie secret, like that. Okay, so we had to touch 3 different files, but now, whenever the config loads, it's going to make sure that we have a cookie secret stat. And right now, the build is failing. Or for some other reason. Let me fix that. Let me fix that. And then we'll see that it fails because cookie secret is missing, because we added that environment variable. So now I'll hide my screen. I'm going to add this into my env. Right about here. I know you can't see my screen, but do this. And now, on the deployed server, I'll put a secure cookie secret, because technically right now our deployed app is vulnerable to cookie. People could create fake cookies because they know that the secret is keyboard cat. That's fine, because right now our app doesn't do anything too crazy. Yeah, I know, Codex. I mean, that's what it seems like, but the thing is, like, once you have, I mean, at this point we have, what, at least 10 environment variables? Once you have that many environment variables, that's going to be a whole lot of if statements. Yeah. Oh, yeah, my shirt is blue. I'll show you this, and then, oh, yeah, I'm in a basement. I'm currently in a basement. There's a big old blue sheet behind me, and it's being chromed out. But you can see my shirt actually has blue on it. Yeah, this is behind the magic curtain. Okay, let's keep going. Immersion lost. I actually haven't seen New Girl. The fact that you're saying, oh, you think I'm saying cooking and you're thinking of New Girl. Okay, regardless, now we're pulling it from config, so I need to import this. So I'll say import config from @/utils/config, like that. And so now this middleware is pulling in that cookie secret and then using it to validate. And actually, I don't even need a variable for this anymore. We can just pass it in directly like that. Great. Okay. I want a middleware that will run after this middleware. So right now in my code setup, under the routes folder, there is this middleware file. And because that file exists there, it essentially runs as middleware for every single route, even inside of these nested folders. But now, if I create a middleware in the dashboard folder, this should be a middleware that only runs for pages on the dashboard. So I'm going to put the middleware there. And then we can pull this DB lookup code into there, I do believe. Yeah, honestly, can I take this entire handler? Because the handler has a get, And if I look at middleware dashboard, it is just going to run for every single request. I think it's fine. I think if I copy paste the code, we can just test if it works. I think I literally want everything in here, all the way to here, and then now I should be able to comment this out. And then in the middleware for the dashboard, so dashboard middleware, I will do this. I'll have to import some stuff. And then I think I want to actually just put the user on the context. So I should be able to say something like context.state.user equals this user. And then I can say context.next. Instead of rendering, I want to go on to the next function. Okay, let's fix the missing dependencies. I'll need to update my state schema because now the state schema will have an optional user property. And then, okay, let me close all this extra stuff. There's a lot going on here. Okay, we need a lot of these. Cool. I don't know if response.redirect works inside of a middleware. We will see. We will see now. But I need to go to this schema which we defined and tell it that there is a possible user property on here. So user possibly will exist, and this is of type user with social profiles. That got imported from there. So it should be that. And I do realize I'm missing a lot of chats. I just want to at least get this working, and then I'll catch up on what everyone's saying. Why is this complaining? Request is never used. Sure. Sure. And then why is this complaining? Oh, because user is not of type. Okay, so that's why we had that type assertion earlier. So we need to tell it that user actually is type user with social profile, which we were doing here. And then in the middleware, user as unknown as user with social profiles. And then we can import that from combined tables. Okay, so now we have this middleware. It sets user on state and then calls next. So that should go on to the next one. And so then if we look at the actual dashboard page, now instead of having to do all of this DB stuff, we can say if context.state.user exists, then we just want to straight up render with that user value. Like this. Why is this complaining? It has no await. That's fine. Okay. So essentially what we've done is we moved all of that DB lookup code into one common middleware that's going to run for all of these routes inside of the dashboard. But now any specific page that needs access to that user property from state can just have this. The code is a whole lot simpler to actually just use that. And I guess we don't even need the redirect anymore. And I guess we do. Technically, we wouldn't even get to this page because the middleware should kick us out and do the redirect before we even get there. Let's see what happens. Let's save this, see if we've broken anything. We do need to fix this create page really quick. Yeah, so now, I mean, and that's why we essentially did the refactor. So now the create page will just have a very similar middleware here. And also, we could even refactor this. Like, we could put this specific middleware into a common function that we then import into both. Let's see if this works, though. But let's just see if it works. And so this should try to render the page title. And this will be create list. All right. It's still technically building. If we refresh the page, that's not what I expected. Let me do a log out really quick. So when I log in, and actually let me just do a little bit of logging. So the dashboard page is the one that says create. Oh, actually it is what I expected, because right now we just have that button. I should actually just do this. So technically, it works. So log in. The /dashboard page loaded, and we can see the DB lookup. And Bapthi, thank you very much for that prime. So before this create list, before the dashboard loaded, it actually ran this middleware, which did look up the user in the database, and then we're using that user right here. And then when I click create a list, that technically is going to do a DB lookup again, because a new page is being completely server-side rendered. So I click this. This is a newly server-side rendered page. We did another DB lookup because that middleware ran before the create page ran. So it's looking good. It's looking good. That is what I expect, but I do actually want to refactor this as well. And actually, the way to test this now is to try to go to this page if I'm not logged in. So if I log out and I try to go here, it redirects us to, say, unauthorized. Also, if I try to go just directly to the dashboard page, redirects to unauthorized. If I got to try to go somewhere that's not found, I guess in this case, anything below the dashboard page will redirect with unauthorized because of that middleware. So regardless of if that route was found or not, the middleware kicks it out early to the unauthorized page. So that's pretty cool. I am excited about that. Before we move further, I will do a refactor. So I'll basically take this get middleware and reuse it in both the index and the create page. Try changing the cookie. Oh, sure. Yeah. So that should, and you're totally right. Like, that should actually not, that should back us out because the it'll fail to verify the cookie. But yeah, let's even do that. I mean, while we're here. So if I look in the cookies, like, let's actually just change this cookie value to be invalid. Can I edit it? Can I not edit it? Or do I have to do like document.setCookie or something? Also, what is IO? I don't know what that is. Oh, I can't edit it. So, like, let's say I put the value 2, and then obviously, like, changing the signature is gonna break it. So let's put some nonsense like that. So now that I save that, right now I'm on the dashboard. If I refresh the page, yeah, I get kicked out, and we should see we're not logging whenever there's an invalid cookie, but right now this middleware that was run above will likely fail in verifying the cookie. So because this fails, it's not going to set the user ID on state. And then when the other page tries to load, there is no cookie there. So good stuff. Good stuff. And if we log in, it should replace that cookie with a valid one, and we can get in. All right. We are authorizing. This is good. I will catch up on chat. Let me just create a little to-do to refactor this. I mean, we won't forget. We're right here. To-do. Refactor. And then also, if you have any suggestions in chat, like, should this be a refactor? Like, is there a better way to share these handlers between rendered pages? Not that one. So right now, specifically, the dashboard page and the create page. Both of them require this middleware that does exactly the same thing. My thought is that I just put it into a common file that I can import into both. The other way of doing this is I could potentially create almost like a higher order component that says, like, that's called like authorized page, and then any page that I create would need to have this handler on it. I don't know. We can think about that. Let me catch up on chat. I know I missed a bunch. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, and another review for privacy, the app that lets you generate debit cards. Asset Spark has been using them for a while now. That's good. Or was that about something else? This was 17 minutes ago. Yeah. If you get $5, I get $5. How are they earning money? Any purchases after that, I don't know their business plan, but I think they might have. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, but it's free money. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that was our other theory. Like, just to be totally transparent, like, yes, privacy sounds like it's something that, like, criminals would use because you can just generate credit cards and you actually don't even have to put your real mailing address. You can use any mailing address you want and it will still be valid with that credit card. So, yeah, that's my hunch, is that basically privacy.com is actually owned by the U.S. government or the IRS or something like that. And they're really just there to catch criminals. I don't use it for any sort of illegal activity. I use it for, like, my Hulu subscription. When I've needed to sign up for free trials, like or not even a free trial, like Mapbox wouldn't let you sign up unless you put in a credit card, so I used it to sign up there. Various other free trial websites and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. You can lock the amount, and you can lock it to a specific merchant. So if the card is used once by some merchant, like Hulu.com, that card can never be used by any other merchant. And thank you, Canvas. Thanks for the kind words. Veep says, I missed a bunch of live streams this week because I accidentally turned off the go live notification, but glad to catch this one. Yeah, glad you're here too. And thank you, Sir Goldman. I like my shirt. Can you change that to env vars just for the sake of screen real estate? Yes. So some people when I first created this, people were like, that's some enterprise JavaScript code right there, because these are like really long variable names. The thing is, so here's the issue, is like, it is not environment variables, they are environment variable names. And Mark Boots, thank you very much for that resub. Strange. Well, glad to have you. I mean, if I could call it env names. Like that? Did that edit it everywhere else? It did. Whoa. That was an amazing refactor. I am not opposed to env names. Env names, that's better. And then this file is like infinitely more readable now. Let me know in chat if you approve of that change. Oh, wow. You just had an interview. Codex just had an interview. Oh, I think you've told us before. You're interviewing people or you are being interviewed. But they're doing some stock trading in the middle of interviewing. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in a bunker. I mean, I'm in my basement. I'm in my basement. Yeah, I can rename the file name too after this. What's Esno? Never heard of it. Baby names? Mass Effect? Wallet GUI for hardware? I don't know. I mentioned I prefer tabs over spaces, but why are you using spaces then? Oh, because pretty much everything so I like the Airbnb config for ESLint. And their preference is to use a two-space tab. But I agree with all of the arguments for using spaces instead. Like, it's technically, using tab characters instead of space characters. I completely agree with that. But a lot of the tooling I use already has a two-space tab, so I don't change it. And then right now we're using Deno format. I actually don't know what Deno format uses. We have a Deno task called Flint, which is a format in lint on all files. Apparently there's some things change there. And I don't know what their preference is. And I don't know if my editor even tells me. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Yeah. No need, the middleware should redirect. Yeah, I guess you're totally right. That's what I was thinking. Like, whenever we get into here, the middleware would have already been redirected if there was no user. So really, we just want to do that. It actually gets even simpler. You're totally right. We don't even have to check for it because it won't exist unless the user is logged in and unless that value gets set there. So yeah, this middleware gets even simpler. At this point, do we need to refactor it? Yeah. What's up, Josiah? Does anyone else watch Cracking the Coding interview? I used to recommend it to my students as a resource when they were preparing for interviews. I've not read the whole thing or done all of the exercises, but it does seem like one of the best resources on preparing for algorithm-style interviews. Yeah. Is that a different thing? Cracking the Cryptic? What's up, Iratics? Welcome in. Insert the image. Wait, what? Give me a second. I'll look at what this image is, but there we go. For some reason, that wasn't working. Oh, that one. Yeah, you put it in the issues. I think eventually we will. We'll have a list of AI-generated dinosaur map images. This is really cool, though. This is like a dinosaur that is a globe or something like that. But eventually we'll have a list of all the AI-generated images, and we'll pick one at random. Yeah. Yeah. Any suggestions on which test suite to use? I make web apps with Node and React. vtest is really fast. And the API, you can use a Jest compatible API, so it looks exactly like your Jest code. You can actually swap out Jest if you're already using Jest. They also have a Chai compatibility layer, so you could swap this out for Chai. And then everything is just really fast. And you can write your tests in TypeScript. Obviously, you could do that in other languages or other testing frameworks, but it's all transparent to you. You just write it with TypeScript, and it just works. You don't have to have like a build step for your tests or anything like that. vtest is cool. Yeah, and thanks again, Mark Boots, for the resub. And env var names. Yeah, okay, cool. People approve. May I ask if I can show your project structure for general projects? I mean, it varies, but I would say if you take a look at and obviously it's going to be different from front-end and back-end code, but I recently did some videos on my YouTube channel talking about how to make an Express API with TypeScript. And so if you look on this repo, that has the code for it, and you can see how I structure my Express API. Configs at the top, everything in a source folder. And then typically I like to have like an interfaces folder if it's a TypeScript project. Sometimes those interfaces will just live next to the code that they need to live in. An example for an API, every single one of my various features or various API endpoints would have their own folder. So right now there's a folder for the to-dos endpoints. And that folder has handlers, the model, the routes, and tests. So I like to put my tests next to the files that they're testing as well. But then as this app grows, I'll create more and more folders. So there'll be a feature for a folder for Auth, and maybe a folder for dashboard, and maybe a folder for something else. So each feature gets its own folder. And I follow a very similar pattern in React. And all of that was influenced by the John Papa style guide, which was for Angular JS, Angular 1.6. He's rewritten a style guide for Angular 2. Like, it's actually embedded in the Angular docs. But don't be afraid of the word Angular. Even though this says this is the Angular style guide, the architecture advice in here applies to basically all modern code bases, and specifically the application lift principle. Structure your app such that you can locate your code quickly, identify the code at a glance, keep the flattest structure you can, and try to stay dry. this applies to all software, not just JavaScript projects, not in this case, not just Angular. Like you could follow this advice for React apps, for Express apps. Take a look at that. Even though you'll see examples with Angular, you can apply it to React or even Vue or whatever else. Okay. Can I check the sub events? Because I actually didn't sub, but Twitch showed me a pop-up to show the anniversary. You know, things are weird. So, Twitch will keep letting you show the resub message until the next month of resubs. So basically, every time you show up to my stream, if you don't click share, you'll still get a chance to share it next time. So that might be what it is like you didn't share it last time. So even though you didn't resub recently, this is the first time you're sharing it. Yeah. What GUI framework would I recommend for a Pokemon-like game if I know C# and TypeScript? I have questions for you. Do you want it to be cross-platform? Do you want it to be just Windows or Mac or Linux? Or do you want to be able to run it on all of them? And when you say Pokemon-like game, do you mean that will you actually have graphics? Like, will there be graphics? Will it be multiplayer? All of that. And that will change how I answer your question. Yeah, I mean, if it's a game like that, I'm leaning towards Unity, because you can use C# in Unity, and they have a way of building cross-platform and building like indie games to be able to release on various game markets and such. And then they probably also have a framework for doing like server-side stuff for your game. Yeah. Is there a way to have a tab, but the IDE shows it as 2 spaces instead? Yeah. That's the whole idea, and that's why I'm also a big proponent of tabs. Is your project is set up to use tabs, and then one developer can look at it with a 2-space tab, and another developer can look at it with a 4-space tab, but the code is exactly the same. So the editor decides how to display those tabs. How hard was it to clean the arcade carpet? Is this from Arcade Carpet? I've never seen Arcade Carpet with this dinosaurs on it. Arcade Carpet Dinosaurs. This one? This one? This one? I see what you mean. Like, it does kind of look like that. That's fine. This is good, sir. A list of environment variables that we... And then I lost the rest. I've used the Share API before. I think it has pretty good cross-browser compatibility. Yeah. The Web Share API. So this actually, on mobile, will prompt like a native sharing UI that will let them like send a text message or copy or share with apps that support the sharing API. For whatever reason, it looks like they only have partial support in Chrome. So I don't know. Worked well enough for whenever I did it. Yeah. Cool, glad to hear it, MD Ubuntu. Yeah, and we have an issue open on the Fresh Spots repo. If you want to submit an AI-generated image that has to do with dinosaurs and maps, you can do that here. These are all ones that people have generated. And eventually we're going to put them into the app to just show a random one. So, hello, Kraken. Welcome in. Oh, wow. Simple Icons is crashing. Yeah. And what's up, Elmister? Welcome in. Tabs is the only correct answer for that reason. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. And I think Auka might have been the first person to convert me. I was like, that just makes so much sense. Like, because I think Auka... Does Auka prefer a 4-space tab? Something like both Auka and I preferred a different tab spacing, but in the project we did, we used Airbnb config, and so we chose a 2-space tab. But yeah. What's up, Bubbreaker? Thanks for lurking. Welcome in. What are my thoughts on Blazor? Would I ever consider doing a stream on it? Probably. And welcome in, Brooklyn Def. Glad to have you. I haven't done a lot of C# stuff, and I haven't done a lot of like. I mean, honestly, this Fresh app is some of the first server-side rendering stuff I've even done on this stream. even though I've been around, the stream has been around for like at least 5 years. I don't think I've ever even done like express server-side rendering. And Blazor is server-side rendered with a little bit of like WASM injected for the client, right? I don't know. I've just always been shied away from server-side rendered stuff. Fresh is one of the first things. And then Blazor, I think, generates WebAssembly code, and like that's actually what's running on the client. I don't know. I'd consider it. I just haven't. But I'd consider. I'll say that. I'd consider it. The JSON was committed with spaces. Yeah. Yes, I agree. It's client side? Well, you need a server to run it, right? Because that server would be running like ASP.NET. Or do you literally... Is it similar to like running build on a React app where you now have a bundle that you deploy to a static site? Blazor can run your client-side C# code directly in the browser using WebAssembly. Alternatively, Blazor can run your client logic on the server. Client UI events are sent back to the server using SignalR. Yeah, so I mean, this was my understanding of it. I guess the other piece of it is you technically could just build to WebAssembly. Cool. Blazor WASM outputs a WASM file, and it runs totally on the client. Interesting. Okay. Cool. I don't have any plans to do Astro, but I'll probably I will probably do like an exploration of static site generators, and we'll look at Astro at that point. We can compare it to other static site generators. The emoji at the end of a message shows on a new line. That one's on the same line. oh, emotes on a new... Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to fix it, though. It is Wednesday. Okay, let's keep writing some code. So I talked about... I think that's another thing. I mean, and it goes for all of the other stuff. Like, I've only written, like, one Next.js app on stream just because, like, I don't do server-side rendering. I know it's, like, hybrid server-side rendering. I've just never gotten on the server-side rendering bandwagon. And Quick would require a server and does, like, I guess, like, partial server-side rendering, but then also will dynamically inject JavaScript. I just don't do that. But eventually I will, so I'll look at it eventually. Do I close my image tags? No. Yeah, so image tags, input tags, there's a few others that are self-closing. You actually don't need a closing tag on them. I've written Next.js at work, so I have one Next.js app that I worked on that was for a client, but not for personal stuff. All right, let's keep writing some code. Because this handler got so simple, I don't think I'm going to refactor it, because it's literally just one line of code. So I'm not going to refactor it. If this gets more complicated and there's more things that we want to do, I will refactor it. So, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea or input on how to charge individual clients. So I worked at a software consultancy, and the nice thing about that is they had a sales team, they had a marketing team, they had a design team. I was a developer and architect, so I handled all the development and architect, but all of the business decisions and pricing and everything else was handled by a completely separate team. So I've never had to worry about or had to like price a site. So, my answer is ask someone else. I can't help you there. All right, we're going to rename this file, too, because it's really long. We're going to call it env vars. That is one piece of advice I can give you is, if you can, charge by the hour. Because if you do a flat fee and then things don't go as you expect, you're going to be making less money because you have to spend more hours on it than you expected. So if you can lock in a contract that is maybe like a base rate and then an hourly rate on top of that, you're helping yourself in the future when things don't go as planned. Cool. Okay. And we're on the dashboard. We're on create. Okay, so create is actually very similar to edit. And actually this is, so because this route is nested within the dashboard, we can actually copy the existing middleware that we have, because all of these require the user. So this edit one, which we're going to come back to, technically just needs this very simple middleware now. Cool. But our create page is going to look very similar, and we can worry about refactoring later as well. So now when you go to list/create, we should see this, but also I don't want to see the spots in the sidebar. So if I look at my sidebar component, I guess it's an island because it uses JavaScript. So look at my sidebar. I guess it's technically pulling in places, which is a signal. Signals are a really cool concept. It basically makes it so that we don't have to do prop drilling, and we don't even have to really set up a complex store. We literally just have some signals defined in here. So like an array of places, a map that we can control, and then the title of the page. And then I could import those into literally any component, modify the value, and it's synced across everywhere else. So signals are great. But I actually want to stop loading places from local storage. So I'm just going to get rid of that function so that places by default is just an empty array, and so we don't have anything in there. Good. Good, good, good. Signal like a radio? No, you can check out Preact. They talk about signals. Solid.js uses signals, but the creator mentioned that the idea even came from somewhere else. How do I find signals? Guide? Advanced? Signals. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, if you're in the Vue.js world, you don't even have to worry about this stuff, because if you use a ref or a reactive, it's the same idea applies. You can define it once and then import it into any file, and they all stay in sync. But that's because of Vue's reactivity system, and because they use proxy getter setters. In the React world, that's a bit harder to do because of like mutability, and then also like the whole update cycle. But signals do the right thing, and they tap into all of that. Okay, so now I think we want to design this sidebar. I'm going to look at my... not this. Unsaved changes. This is a diagram that we we built last time I was using Draw. But I am going to open this. New window? Cool. Okay, yeah. So, I know we shouldn't have used Draw.io to design this, but this is where we are. We click this create button, we go to the create page, and so now I need to like handle, when I click, instead of just showing the latitude, longitude, I actually want a form to be able to edit that specific spot. And then, it's beautiful. And then also, I probably want an entire form for like the name of the list, the description of the list, all of that good stuff. So let's design that, and we're gonna just put that into the sidebar component. So if we look in our islands and we look at sidebar, why is this complaining about tab index? I guess we could do a capital I. Design is my passion. And then we can set it to a number. That's why it was complaining. Okay. So right now we're iterating over all of the places that get added by the map and then listing them on the left-hand side. We also kind of just want a form. So let's think about this. Like we probably want a form. And then this will have like the list title. So we're using Bootstrap or Bootswatch in this case. So we can find some examples of like a form. So we want something similar. So like a label, some text. We'll use this. So we want a form with a field set, all of that. Let's just copy this, and then we'll work from there. So close off the filled set and then close off the form. Format document with Deno? Okay, doesn't like what I'm doing here. Oh, so I need to make input self-closing because we are in JSX. There we go. So I don't think I want this first one, but the next one shows an example of a form group with an email. We want the label here to just be list name, or I would just say name. And this is going to be for list name. Yeah, list name. The type is just text. It's going to be described by this help here, and so this will be list name help. And then the placeholder is enter a name for your list. How do we want to help people? The name of your list. Like, yeah. No help. It's good to have help for accessibility. The name of your list, like top 10 restaurants or best pizza in Denver. Okay, let's see how this looks. Nice. Enter a name for your Lee. Let's shorten it up. Enter a list name. Cool. So we have the name of the list. We also want description, which is going to be a text area. Just want to see an example of a text area. Let's grab this. I mean, technically, I could be looking at the Bootstrap docs as well, but I like this. Example text area. There we go. I mean, it's not too complex, but I do like the examples that they provide. So, and then we'll also have a small Does it want this to be a number? Yeah. This will be description. The ID will be list description. And then this text area is described by list name description. So anytime you see an ARIA attribute, that's actually an accessibility thing, and these are used by screen readers. So when someone that requires the accessibility features of a website comes across this form, the screen reader is going to read this text to them. So that's why we have the help text there. Cool. And then this will just say, describe your list. And actually, I think that entire thing is going to be it'll be like a markdown editor. Because then you can have like links and images and stuff like that. I'll just say a quick description of your list so people can understand what it is about. All right, now we should have a text area like that. Cool. I actually don't know why it's called ARIA. Yeah, so we ditched Twin. So it's Twinned and Tailwind are technically still enabled. So any of the like utility classes we used, like these, we can still use, but from here on out, I'm just going to be using Bootstrap components because I want to focus on the features, not the styles. Yeah. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark GitHub, I think we'll get all of that. And also, if you look at the description here on, yeah, so I have two. So there's the Coding Garden organization, which is where all of this stuff goes, and then my personal stuff is over there. Some of the things I work on Coding Garden sometimes go to the personal GitHub. Accessible rich internet applications. Accessible rich internet applications. Cool. Now that I think about this page, though, it's almost like we have a wizard, right? A step-by-step process. Because when you're creating a list, you need to give it a name, you need to give it a description, and then probably when you click create, that's then going to let you add all the places. So I changed my mind. So the list create page actually will just have the form with the name and the description. And then when you click create, that will take you to the edit page where you can add and remove places. That's actually what we're going to do. So this entire form here that's in the sidebar, it's not going to be in the sidebar. It's going to be directly on the create list route. Like that. But we can make it better. So am I using the container class from Bootstrap anywhere? I'm using it in the nav bar, so I actually kind of want this, I think. And actually, I was thinking maybe I wanted it on my layout, but I guess not. So what I'm actually going to do is this. Let's see what this gives us. Yeah, so that gives us a full width container. And then if I do container fluid, yeah, that's what I want too, because it gives it a little bit of spacing. I like this. And if we look at it on mobile, should look fine too. Like that. It's perfect. Love it. I could have done a modal. I really don't like modals. Also, I feel like modals, it's harder to make them accessible. Because it's like floating UI, and so like how do you handle that with a screen reader? I think technically you can do it like with tab index and stuff like that, but I don't like modals. I avoid modals and dialogues at all cost. Yeah, this looks decent. And so now we can add a button on the form. And this, actually, so we're going to demonstrate a post request using just a form. We're not even going to be handling it with like Axios or Fetch or anything like that. This will literally, when I click send, the browser is going to send a post request, and then I'm going to create a route that takes it. And that's one of the things you do in the land of server-side rendering. Okay. We have a button. It gets a class of button large primary. And this says create. Cool. I think I want to throw that in a flexbox and then put it to the right. I like my form to flow, I guess that's opposite, to flow in this direction. So the user enters their stuff and then their mouse goes over here to click create instead of the left-hand side. Yeah, it should be type submit by default. But right here, we can set, we can use some Tailwind classes. So if I do flex justify end, look at that. I'm a Tailwind developer. Now the button is over there. Great. And do I want primary? What color do I want this button to be? I want it to be success. I want it to be green. Yeah. Though, didn't we override the Bootstrap green somewhere? Let me look at my assets. Deflex, justify content end. Is Tailwind my favorite UI library? No, because Tailwind is not a UI library. Tailwind is a utility library. We tried using Flowbyte, which is a UI library built on top of Tailwind. But they had a React version. I don't think we even tried to get it working with Preact. I was just like, I'm done with Tailwind. We're gonna just use Bootstrap and not worry about it. Okay. I want to see what we set up with our style. So our global CSS, we set up Bootstrap green. Where do I use this? So in the navbar, I literally have an inline style with the variable Bootstrap green. I thought button success would have used Bootstrap. BS green is Bootstrap green. Because basically, we wanted to override the green color in this Bootstrap theme to be the Coding Garden green. I'm curious what a success button, like how they set the color if they're using a variable. Bootstrap button, I see. So like if we wanted to override this, we would have to do it like this. Let's see. If I go to my global CSS, basically everywhere we have this, I need to do var that, like that. And so now that should give us a button that matches our navbar. When we hover, it's a little bit darker. I'm okay with that. But now check this out. I don't think I've ever done this on Coding Garden before. Here we can say action, and I actually want to make a post request against. I guess we should do it in the API. So API/list, and the method will be post. So when I click create, that's actually going to send data to my backend to API/list. It's going to make a post request there to create a list. I feel like we're back in the 90s, yeah. But so in order for this to work, I actually need to set up a name property on both of my input and my text area. So right here, this name it should match what I want the data to look like when it's coming into my backend. I could add a post handler to the same page. Yeah, I think I want to structure my stuff with... I was thinking I was going to make API routes. And the reason I would make API routes is eventually we may not use Fresh for stuff, but we still want to keep our API stuff. But you're totally right. Like, technically, I could put a post handler right here. And that could handle, like, putting it into the database. I guess let's do that. Honestly. And actually, if I don't put an action on here, it should just make a post request against itself. We can test this. If we just log rec.body, we can see what data gets sent to the server, and then we just re-render the page. Well, not that we may not use Fresh, but like here's the thing: if you do server-side rendering, even if you do like hybrid rendering, and you're using something like Next.js, and if you put like database queries in your get server-side props, that code is no longer portable. That code only works with your Next app and only works with being able to render that specific kind of page. If you wanted to say, let's like build a mobile app, and you wanted to access the same data, you would need to create API endpoints. So you would structure your app in that way so that the API endpoints are reusable. But we're just going to assume that everything is going to live in this app. Yeah, so I think if I just do method post, it'll make a post request against itself. We can see what data got sent there, and then it'll just re-render the page. We also, so we want a name. For now, I'm just going to put the name as name, because I believe in our database model, lists have a name. And then the text area here will have a name of description, because that should match up as well. So my hope is that rec.body is an object with two properties, name and description. We need validation. We need all that good stuff, for sure. But I just want to test this out. Okay, so refresh the page. Honestly, if I just click create, it makes a post request against itself, and then in our backend code, we get a readable stream that is locked. I'm curious what method, if there are any methods on it. Oh, do we have to get a reader? I might have to go look at the fresh docs. Read. What does read return? A uint8 array, and then I need a text decoder. And pass that in. There's got to be a better way, because this is going to give me the body as a string. Oh, it's a promise. I need to await it. Yeah, I need to. I'm gonna go after if this works. And what's up, Terawatt? Welcome in. But if this works, I'm gonna go look at the fresh docs. They have a better way of doing it. But I'm just curious if this would even work. So, read the body. Readable stream or Wait, what? Just take it. String or... Oh! Wait, I thought a text decoder would work here? Yeah. I think we'll look into that, Bajosi. The issue, if we start using React hook form, then we can't do this... I guess we probably could use the form to send the request, but this would need to be an island because we would need JavaScript to do the validation, like on key press, and to have like error states and stuff like that. Text decoder.e. Okay. Now why is this complaining? Buffer source. Can I just pass it in? Oh, wait, does decode return a promise? Cool. Why would I use an uncontrolled form anyways? Because we're in the land of server-side rendering. All right, I am not even going to try to figure this out. Let's go look at the fresh docs and see what they say about handling form data. Form submissions. When the user submits the forms, the browser will navigate to /search with the query set as the queue parameter. Okay, but show me how to do a post request. We can see it on their merch site. Oh, there's literally a rec.json. See? I knew there was something. And does this return a promise? Yeah. Here's the issue, though. It's not JSON. It is form URL or form URL encoded. Is that what? Form data. Let's see if this gives it to us. Yeah, JSON is not form data. Look at that. We get a form data object that has, okay. So actually this is called form data, and then we have methods like formdata.get name and formdata.get description. Here we go. We're server-side renderers. We can do it. And now we get neither. We don't get name or description. Is there also like a form data, like send the whole thing to JSON? Yeah, I guess if we did entries, We could do object.fromEntries, formData.entries, and then just log that. Name, description, both empty. Well, that's not good. So name and oh, no, they are empty because I didn't type anything. So yeah, it worked perfectly fine. Best pizza in Denver, and description. This is my list of all the places. Now if I click create, on the back end, we get it. We get a name and a description. Cool. So, there's a lot of ways to go about this, right? So the traditional React way of doing this would, to make sure that this is an island, it would have JavaScript, and then we would use a form library to manage the validation state and all of that good stuff for the form itself. Will I prevent or refresh on form submit? What do you mean by that? Oh, see, that's the thing. So if you do it the standard React way, you can prevent the form from submitting unless the stuff is actually valid, right? Because if we do the validation on the server side and then something went wrong, that actually is a full page reload, right? And if the page fully reloads, then our form is now going to be completely empty. And so, like, if the user made a mistake, now they have to fill out the entire form again, which is why we want to prevent them from submitting it unless the data is correct to begin with. However, if we do it that way, if we do it the way where we make the post request and there's going to be a full page refresh, technically if there was an error, we could re-render it with pre-populated form state, so that they don't lose their state, but they still have to correct any errors. Yeah, multiple ways to go about it. I am curious what Fresh recommends. Let's look at their examples. I think there's a Fresh showcase, isn't there? This is the one that was linked to me earlier. Look at your pasta. URL search parameters with request.text. Oh, so instead of using form data. Interesting. Yeah, and that's what we're talking about, Veeb. And the issue is if we do that, then we probably want to introduce some kind of validation library, like React Hook Form or something like that. But we can see in this, they actually did pull out that post request. So that's why this is interesting, because the post request takes in JSON and responds with JSON, which means if you wanted to interact with this, you actually would need an island to do that. So my guess is, like, even on the product page, they have an island that ultimately would be making the post request, like product details. And then if we look at their islands, oh, I guess add to cart would be one that actually wants to do some cart stuff. Yeah, so add to cart comes from utils/data. And Slice Rabbit, thank you very much for that tier 2. That's awesome. Utils, data, add to cart. And so this is a GraphQL request that actually is running on the client side. So because that request is inside of an island, they're making an HTTP request on the client side. That's not a server-side request. Or it wasn't like a form submission that they're then using the info for. Yeah, I guess I'm at a crossroads, right? We could actually keep going down this path of doing like the server side rendering or like the post request, handle the form data. Like honestly, like you could call this like the PHP way. This is the way we used to do things before JavaScript was so prevalent on the client, and before XML HTTP request and Ajax and all of that stuff. This is how we used to do it in the old days. But with client-side JavaScript, you do get a lot of benefits like form validation and stuff like that. Yeah, and I mean, I guess they're not necessarily calling an external API. They're calling their own internal GraphQL API. So like it's GraphQL that's sitting alongside Fresh. I guess no, I didn't know that. So it is external because Shopify has a GraphQL API. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think Fresh has Fresh is fairly new, so I don't think they've completely thought through all of the form handling stuff. Because yeah, Svelte can do some really cool stuff, whereas like in Svelte you write it this way, but then you actually do get access to like JavaScript validation and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess that's the other way to go about this, is like I make the form an island, it makes an HTTP request to API, and then uses that response there. I don't know, like I could make it work either way. I don't know what's the, I guess, preferred way. Stop using Fresh. Yeah, someone asked what's the benefit of using Fresh over these other things. It works with Deno. That's one of the main reasons that we're using it. But ultimately, it really does focus on just-in-time rendering and server-side rendering. Whereas something like Next.js is all about hybrid server-side rendering, where the initial render is server-side rendered, but then after that, it behaves like a single-page application. You get a little bit of that with Fresh using islands, but there is no like client-side routing or anything like that. Anytime there's a page change, that's going to be a full re-render. Whereas with Next.js, you actually, like once the client is hydrated, any page navigation might actually be just client-side navigation versus server-side navigation. Yeah. Could I explain the virtual DOM like you're 5? I could, but who are you? What have you done for me? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I can. I'm gonna look at what messages you've sent in the channel before, though. You sent 64 messages. Cool. Yeah, I remember you. Was it yesterday? You said the flashbang thing. Yeah, let's talk about the virtual DOM. A quick aside to talk about the virtual DOM. How can we talk about the virtual DOM? Like this. DJ Concarnate, what's up? Okay, when you open the DevTools, and also that's the thing, is like I can't do it like you're 5 because there's a lot of prerequisite knowledge here. Like you need to know what the DOM is before you can understand the virtual DOM. So I'm assuming that you know what the DOM is. And like when you open up the DevTools and you see this is not your source code. This is a visual representation of the DOM, the document object model. And that's if you put on your thinking cap and think like, how did the Firefox developers create a tool that lets me literally navigate all of the elements on the page? It's because of the document object model. I don't think a 5-year-old can become a web developer. I don't know. Let me set a timer to see how long it takes me to try and explain the virtual DOM. Okay, so like I said, we're making a lot of assumptions here. You know what the DOM is. If I, for instance, wanted to change the validation state of this form element here. Let's see how we would do that with Bootstrap, because I believe there's actually like an invalid class. Yeah, like invalid input. We can see some things that we want to apply for an invalid input. Group has danger. So over here, if I find that specific element, in order to show the user that there has been a validation error on this input, I would need to go into this group and I would need to add the class has danger. And then what else would I need to do? I would need to say is invalid on the actual input itself. And so on the input, if I add the class is invalid, now you can see, it's kind of hard to see, but there actually is a red outline around the input box. And that would let the user know that it's invalid. And then also if I add the class invalid feedback, well, actually I would need to like now insert a new element. So I would need, instead of this small tag, I would want to add a div that has the class invalid feedback, and then that could tell them what went wrong, right? So in order to show the user that something went wrong on this input, a lot of things need to happen. Multiple classes need to be added, elements need to be added or removed. It's a process, right? And if you were to do that manually, like even with just vanilla JS, right? I could say document dot query selector, grab this input. For the element, I could say element dot classlist. I could add the class. I could create a new help element and append that to the parent. It's a very manual process of basically directly affecting the page. The virtual DOM comes into play when you're dealing with a framework that allows you to write code that is more, what are the terms that they use? And Sir Subeko, thank you very much for that resub. What's the term I want to use? It's how things are, instead of directly doing a thing, you are describing how you want it to be done. What's the word for that? Declarative. Yes, declarative. So, versus imperative. The imperative way to modify this page, and actually, I mean, let's do it. Let's actually write the code to do it. I want to, so I know that this, actually, it's the first input on the page. So I'm going to imperatively, make this input invalid. So first of all, I need to get access to the element. And I'm specifically going to grab the input. I'm going to put that in a variable called input. Okay, so I have the variable input. Now I can grab its class list. And Zokun, thank you for the sub. You didn't have to do that. You did not have to do that. And also, I'm like 3 minutes into this description. It's going to get a lot longer. But now I have access to the element. I can say class list dot add, and we specifically want to add invalid input, I think is what it was. Or input invalid? What was it? What was it? Is invalid. I specifically want to add the class is invalid. And so now that I've done that, boom, we see red in the UI here. But and let's just do it one more time so that I don't have like any extra code there. So first of all, grab the input. Second of all, put the invalid class on it. Okay, so this is imperative because I'm saying exactly what I want to do. Select the element, put the class list onto the thing. The declarative way of doing this would be with you would need a framework to do it. But for example, if we do it in Preact, which is like React, I could actually have some state, and I could say like is invalid. And for now, I'm just going to put it in a Boolean. And for now, I'll say that it's true. But imagine that this variable could change to be false or true depending on how the page is being interacted with. But now, instead of selecting that element and adding the class, I can declaratively say that if invalid is true, then put that class onto this element, right? So right here, I can throw in, so I'll say if is invalid is true, then I want to put the is invalid class on there. Otherwise, I don't want to put anything on there. So this is the React way of doing it. This is the declarative way. I'm basically saying, based on some state somewhere, if that is true, please apply this class. But if that is not true, don't apply that class. So with React, I can declaratively define the interactivity of this specific input. Whereas if you're doing it imperatively, you would have to specifically write the code to do that. Okay, so that's the base understanding of imperative versus declarative. All right, now that I have it as declarative, how can we effectively actually update the page? Because I wrote my code this way, but something still needs to happen that behind the scenes actually is going to do like a classlist.add kind of thing. That's where the virtual DOM comes into play. Because when this component first renders, we are essentially getting a snapshot in time of what the elements should look like on the page. They're not the actual elements on the page, it's a representation of that. So if I take a snapshot of this, and let's say invalid is false, the way that this gets rendered is class will just be form control because invalid is false, so we don't put a class on it. So the rendered version of it doesn't have that class on it, right? Okay, now let's say the state of the page changes and is invalid becomes true. Well, we need to rerun this function to get a new snapshot. And now how do we decide to update the page to add that class? That's where the virtual DOM comes into play, because we take the old snapshot and we compare it to the new snapshot. And we're like, is there still a form with method post? Yeah, okay, keep moving. Is there a field set? Yeah, nothing changed there. Is there still a div? Yeah, nothing changed there. Is there a label? Yeah, nothing changed there. Oh, this input has a new class on it. Okay, I am going to now, behind the scenes, transparent to the developer, add an invalid class to that element, and then keep on moving to check my virtual DOM. After that's done, the page re-renders and the user sees the latest version of the page. I mean, that is React. I'm talking about React right now. So that's what the virtual DOM does. It basically takes one snapshot, compares it to another snapshot, and then very efficiently decides what updates should be made. Because if I were to just completely wipe out all of the elements here every time there was a re-render, that'd be a lot of work for the browser, right? Like, because technically I could do that. I have one snapshot that has form control, and then I have another snapshot that has form control with is invalid. Technically, I could replace everything, but really, this is the only thing that needs to change in the DOM. And so that's where the virtual DOM is. It does the comparisons, and then behind the scenes, we'll dynamically go in there and add that class. That's the virtual DOM. It took me like over 7 minutes to explain. But you as a React developer, for the most part, don't even have to care about that. Basically, you learn how to declaratively define your components, and the React runtime behind the scenes does all of that virtual DOM work for you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then people are mentioning Solid and Svelte and stuff like that. They let you define your code declaratively, but then they, under the hood, they don't use a virtual DOM. They do precise, specific updates. And that's more accurate of actually what would be happening like in Svelte or in Solid. Behind the scenes, if it needs to add a class, it's literally going to have some kind of DOM code that specifically adds that class. Whereas React first has to compare the snapshots to decide if it's going to do that. Yeah. Did that help? So I wouldn't say it's actually not faster than direct DOM manipulation. Like, nothing is going to beat selecting an element and then adding a class to it using DOM code, right? So you cannot get faster than this. You just simply can't, because this is how we add a class to an element on the page. The virtual DOM and the DOM diffing that it does behind the scenes is definitely faster than completely wiping out and replacing all of the HTML. That's what it's faster than. Because the other option is like, okay, we literally set the inner HTML of main to be the new snapshot, but that's overriding a bunch of stuff that didn't need overriding. That's where the virtual DOM is faster. It's faster at deciding to only update a specific element versus updating everything. But in no way is it faster than literally adding a class to an element like this. But that's the trade-off that we allow, because from a developer perspective, I can write code in a more declarative way and not have to write all of this very manual selecting and modifying. And at the end of the day, my life as a developer is a little bit easier. So React is a developer tool. It's all about developer experience. And there is a slight trade-off in the virtual DOM doing its stuff, but obviously, because React is used everywhere, people are okay with that trade-off. Now, when the virtual DOM first came out, that's how they talked about it. Like, oh, it's so fast, it's so fast. It's faster than wiping out all of the HTML, but it's not faster than actual DOM manipulation. You can't get any faster than this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that. So that was really funny. So I tweeted a thing that was like, in a way, I was like making fun of like basically like Twitter arguments, and I also posted a bad opinion: spaces are better than tabs. Like, I actually agree that tabs are better than spaces, but then someone replied to this to be like, because they didn't know that I was joking, and they're like, "Well, Rich Harris says this," and then Rich Harris liked their reply, And then American 2050 came in and was like, they played the clip for them, and then Rich Harris responded. So Rich Harris is the creator of Svelte. Yeah. Yeah, and actually, I mean, this to conclude, you actually don't have to know how the virtual DOM works to use React. You don't. I mean, it helps. It helps to know that like a React component render function runs a lot. It's going to run every time state changes. But at the end of the day, the actual updates that are made to the page are precise based on the diffing of one snapshot to the next. But ultimately, you don't really ever have to touch it. Yeah. Is Bootstrap still relevant for making web apps? Yes. I'm using it right now. Yeah, and so Solid and Svelte, basically, instead of having a virtual DOM, and Veritatas, thank you for the prime. Server-side rendering is all right. I don't know. But yeah, Svelte and Solid, behind the scenes, are doing this versus a virtual DOM thing. Maintainability? Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other aspect of, and why this is a developer experience. Like, when you write your code this way, it's much more maintainable. Like, you don't have selectors all over the place and, like, DOM manipulation all over the place. You define your UI as a function of your state. You have some state, you define what the UI should look like based on what that state is, and state changes as the user interacts with the app. So, I would argue that a React code base, I guess, depending on who wrote it, and what patterns they're following, is more maintainable than an app written with vanilla JS or even written like with jQuery that has similar functionality. I would argue that it is more maintainable. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Okun. It was fun to talk about. A lot of people are curious, like, what is the virtual DOM and all of that. But what's interesting is that, like, we're getting to a point where they're probably, like, virtual DOM was nice, but things like Svelte and Solid are showing that you actually don't need it. And so it would be a very interesting day if React and Vue stopped using a virtual DOM. But the thing is, like, to the developer, they wouldn't even have to worry about that. Like, ideally, the code could stay exactly the same, just the internals would change. React has 2 virtual DOMs at every moment? Yeah. Explain it like you're 50. This is not a valid comparison, CKC Richard. Tailwind is just utility classes. And technically, Bootstrap has all of those utility classes built in, plus more. So, like, if you look at Bootstrap, it has things like flex utilities, text utilities, color utilities, all the stuff you get with Tailwind. It has that, and it has buttons. Show me a button in Tailwind. Show me the built-in button class in Tailwind. It doesn't exist. It's not there. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Slice Rabbit. Yeah, Slice Rabbit. Thank you for the 10 gifted. You're too kind. Oh man, a lot of gifts. People are so much support today, and I really appreciate it. I do. I'm doing my best. And Humvina, thank you very much for that sub as well. Yeah. Just started to learn React, been using Express and EJS. Nice. Well, welcome to the world of React. Noop, noop. Welcome in. Vue 4 with no virtual DOM released the day Vuetify 3 and Nux 3 leave beta. Yeah, that's just a dig at the fact that Vuetify hasn't reached version. It doesn't have a stable version 3 yet. Or like Nux is technically release candidate. Nux 3 is release candidate. It should be soon. If you log a React component, you can actually see the object that they used to diff. Interesting. Tailwind CSS components button. Oh, nice. So if I want to add a button, all I have to do is put all of these classes instead of btn. That's great. Sounds good to me. Or if I wanted to use btn, okay, I'd have to redefine with a combination of Tailwind styles. Yeah, it sounds great. Easy. Perfect. And what's up, Luigi? Welcome in. I'm being facetious. Like, they're absolutely not. They're not comparable. They're not. And they have different use cases, right? Like if you're building a UI framework from scratch, Tailwind seems like a. Come on, Anonymous. Thank you very much for the gifts. I don't know. I appreciate it. I just can't get over why there's so much support today. I do appreciate it, though. But yeah, I mean, Tailwind has its use cases. I'm not saying don't use Tailwind. I'm just saying for the certain use cases that I am doing, it doesn't make sense. I watched a little bit of anime. Yeah, my partner got me into anime. She watches a ton. Right now she's watching Rascal Does Not Something Bunny Girl Senpai. We're watching Spy Family. Spy Family is really fun. I think they're going to release new episodes in October. Yeah. MIUI versus Bootstrap? Yeah, and I think that's still not a valid... I mean, you can compare them, but I'll tell you where the comparison breaks down. Material UI is a React component library. So they have implemented... Actually, this would be like a really fun stream topic where people just come at me with their questions about the dev world. Because I know for a beginner, like, yeah, like Material UI and Bootstrap, on the surface, they kind of seem the same, right? Because Bootstrap is giving you, like, a button to use, right? Let's find it. Button. So yeah, the fact that Bootstrap has buttons and Material UI has buttons, that's a valid comparison. But that's where the comparison breaks down, because Material UI is specifically for use with React. DLG. Thank you very much, Default, for the 5 gifted. Wow. Y'all are great. I appreciate you. Those tailwind buttons just have a lot of JavaScript effects. You can add color just like Bootstrap. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you like it, it's good, and if it's good for you, go for it. And Pisty, thank you very much for the Prime. But for the certain use cases that I'm working on right now, I don't like Tailwind as much. Okay. Material UI, of course, it gives you buttons. You can have buttons. But Material UI, MIUI, is specifically for React. So if you look at how to use it, you specifically have to import these components and use them inside of React components. So Material UI can only be used with React. Bootstrap is just a set of CSS classes. Now, they do have JavaScript functionality. So if you look at their, I don't know if it's utilities, or like there are certain Bootstrap components that do require a JavaScript component. But there are other things in Bootstrap, like buttons, that only require CSS. So, and that's actually how we're using Bootstrap right now. Like, Bootstrap let us have nice looking forms and nice looking buttons because we've just added the CSS. We haven't added the JavaScript. So that's one thing that you can take from that is Bootstrap technically can be used with anything. Material UI can only be used with React. And then, I mean, since we're talking about Tailwind, Tailwind is really just a set of utilities that you can use. They don't provide predefined components. So like when you look in the Tailwind documentation, there is no button. They have examples on how you might create a button, but it requires a bunch of utility classes to create that button. And then, yeah, so that's the comparison of MIUI and Bootstrap. So the real comparison would actually be against React Bootstrap. So there is a component library out there called React Bootstrap that essentially takes all of the Bootstrap CSS code and JavaScript functionality and wraps them in components that you can use inside of React. So for instance, if we look at buttons on here, look at this, we get this capital B button, and we would have imported that from React Bootstrap. So React Bootstrap is comparable to MIUI. Bootstrap directly is not, because it's more of just CSS. And then, if you want to talk even more about it, Material UI is actually based on a standard or a specification called Material Design, which came from Google. So Google put out this specification that was like, hey, this is Material Design. If you have a button in Material Design, it's going to look like this. If you have text, it's going to look like that. They basically described how everything should look, and then there are specific implementations, and Material UI is one specific implementation, but there are a bunch of others. So like there's Materialized Css, which is a CSS library. So this is very comparable directly to Bootstrap because they both provide CSS. But if we, for instance, look in buttons, we can see that if we want a a nice little Material UI button. We put these classes on it, and then we get that button. And thanks for that hype train, everyone. I appreciate that. But then there's also MDL, which is Material Design Lite. And then this is also just CSS. Like, they don't have React components or whatever else. They just have CSS. So if you add it to your page, then you get access to these CSS classes. And then, again, so MUI is the material design implementation, and it has React components. There are material design implementations for Vue components and for Angular components. So Vuetify is probably the most popular one for Vue.js, but these components are specifically for Vue. So like if we look at their buttons here, if I want to use a button that looks like material design in my Vue app, I use v-button. And then, yeah, some people were mentioning Angular material. This is the implementation for Angular, and it gives you buttons. But if you look at the source code, if you want to use it inside of Angular, you have these attributes or these directives like mat button and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's the comparison. I missed a bunch of chats, but I think somebody mentioned that they were like, yeah, you should do a stream where you just clear things up for people. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bootstrap is used a lot of places, and like, it has its uses. Like, the reason that a lot of people hate on Bootstrap is because it makes everything look the same. And if every website is using Bootstrap, then it's like it's the Bootstrap web. Like, and people don't like that, especially if you have a brand that and an image that you're trying to maintain. You wouldn't want to build your product with just base Bootstrap, because now your app and your product just looks like Bootstrap. So if you're building a product and a custom thing, you would create your own components from scratch. You might use something like Bootstrap as a base, but you would highly, highly modify it so that it fits your brand. That's a thing that you would do. And that's why people hate on just using Bootstrap directly, because then everything just looks like Bootstrap. I'm like one step removed from that, because I'm using this thing called Boot Swatch, which is essentially Bootstrap. Like, you can use all the same stuff you know about Bootstrap, but it has different themes that you can pick from. So it looks a little bit less like Bootstrap. I mean, like, looking at this website, like, could you tell that it was built with Bootstrap? Maybe, because you saw that button, but still. How do you implement select and table in React? Do you build from scratch or use a plugin? Oh, typically using a component. Yeah, so most of the React, the production apps that I've built with React used Material UI. And they have like a drop down and select component. So for instance, like select, and like when you click on this, like this is very custom, right? Like a plain old select that you have in just regular HTML. Like, let me just show an example of that. Like if I literally have a select here, and then I have some options. Hello. And world. It just looks like that. It's not very styled. I guess it looks like Bootstrap is trying to style it a little bit. But if you look at this, like, that is a highly custom drop-down thing. And that requires like floating elements and JavaScript and stuff behind the scenes. So it is nice to use a component like that. And then they also have table components, which make your tables look nice. And then data tables, which I've used heavily, which give you things like sorting, and stuff like this. So, and I guess you also have like data grid, and these are editable, but I've typically used these kinds of components. I believe there is like a React data table library that has even more features. React data table component. There was a table component that I used with jQuery a long time ago. jQuery table? Data tables. Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, I used this years ago. It would have been 10 years ago I used this. I think it was this anyways, but basically you can add it to your page. It works with jQuery, but then you get things like sorting and like nested components and stuff like that. There are libraries that exist that will work with React or work with Vue. I mean, I wouldn't build this from scratch. I would find an existing library. Yeah. All right, I'm 7 minutes behind on chat. I'm gonna catch up and then just try to get this page working. And I guess I'll have to settle on whether we're gonna do server-side stuff or if I'm gonna do it with an island. Semantic UI, I believe that's a React component library, right? Or not? No, so this is more of a CSS thing. So this is closer to Bootstrap in that they provide the CSS that will give you buttons that look like this. UI button, like that. And then they probably have some JavaScript you can add for interactivity. But this is closer to Bootstrap. What is this stream? Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it can get exhausting talking about, like, all right, I want a button. Now I have to do 10 hours of research finding out how to get the best button. It's pretty ridiculous, which is why I just use Bootstrap, and then I don't have to think about that. Like, that's, at least for this, like I said, like, if I'm building a product or working with a company that has, like, a very specific kind of image, I'm going to create custom UI components, but most of the time I don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Yeah, Bulma, Mantine, these are all other things that are comparable to, like, Bootstrap. Oh, yeah, and then, like, this is one that I've been using lately, which is great because you don't have to use any classes. So, essentially, they have default styles for everything. So you don't have to put classes on anything, and it just looks good. So, like, you could add Pico CSS. This is literally just a button that looks like that with Pico CSS. This is really great for rapid prototyping because you don't have to worry about custom styles or anything like that. You literally just put a button on your page and it'll look like that. And tables have nice styles too. Like, you literally just define a table as you would, and it looks like that. So yeah, Pico is pretty great. We've used that on some recent rapid prototyping stuff. Yeah. Isn't Bootstrap more targeted for web apps? Yeah, I mean, you technically could use Bootstrap inside of like an Ionic app or inside of Electron, which I've used Bootstrap inside of an Electron app. But yeah, it has to be web code for sure. The local betting company is using Bootstrap on their website. I think at the end of the day, like, if they're making money, like, do they need to worry about, like, UI and stuff? Yeah, and so you might have missed when I talked about Tailwind, but Tailwind is a set of utility classes. Tailwind doesn't give you a button. It doesn't give you a predefined dropdown. They give you classes like Flexbox would be the easiest example. So they have all of these classes built in, like Flex1, Flex Auto, Flex Initial, Flex None. When you put that class on an element, it is just setting one or maybe two CSS properties. So for instance, if I wanted a Flexbox, I would give this a class of Flex, and then this is a Flex item, and then these are utility classes that give it a width of 14 and a height of 14. So basically, it's a bunch of utility classes that let you put those classes in line instead of defining separate CSS with all of the CSS properties. But at its core, they are just utilities. Now, there are frameworks that are built on top of Tailwind that give you, like, buttons and stuff, but Tailwind itself is not that. Bootstrap is a crutch for backend devs. I think that's a fair dig. I think, like, Bootstrap makes it really easy for people that don't know how to or haven't had a lot of experience building custom UI components. It makes it really easy because you don't have to do much. Yeah, that's if you're a big enough deal to matter. If it's a big enough deal to matter that you don't want to look like Bootstrap, then you can hire a designer. I agree. I use Bootstrap for my line of business, I think you mean. Line of business apps, because everybody can relate to the look and feel. But for creative projects, I use Tailwind. Yeah. Yeah, and then you can start to argue, okay, well, Bootstrap is half a megabyte. If you cared about that, you could create a custom build and remove all the things that you don't want to use. Also, these days, like, if you have a custom build process, there's, like, I believe there's, like, CSS tree shaking. I believe that's a thing. So you can remove all the stuff that you don't actually use. But I don't know. It's a valid point. It is a valid point that it's potentially a really big payload. Ever worked with Brintum? Never heard of it. Yeah, what's that? This is the reason I can't get into front end. You're not just learning one language. You have to learn 3 together. Yeah, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML, pretty vanilla. Like, you can just learn that without any hiccups. CSS is where things get iffy. There's just so many options, right? Because do you use Sass? Do you use less? These days, probably Sass. Or just use post CSS instead of Sass. What are you going to use for your build process? And then yeah, like how I don't know. I'm going to stop talking about it. All these things sorted into categories. I eventually want to do something like this. Basically like an explainer website that like compares and contrasts everything. Yeah. Oh, TanStack has a table library? There we go. That's worth mentioning. So Tanner created the TanStack query and, created React query, renamed to TanStack query under the umbrella of TanStack. But apparently they have a table library. Let's see it in action. Overview? Show me a table. Come on, TanStack table. I just want to see a table. Don't do this to me. Here we go. Okay, great. So I just had to scroll down further. Re-render. Source main. I guess it's using React. And then you define your data. You define your columns. And then you render the table. Interesting. I bet it has things built in for like filtering and sorting and stuff like that too. But they should put that on the homepage so that I can demo it really quick. Yeah. Focus mode? Yeah, some people are getting mad. They're like, go write some code. Yeah, I want to build something. I know how to build websites, but I'm stuck on what to build. Check out app ideas from Florin Pop. He created a GitHub repo that has hundreds of ideas, sorted by beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And then each of the ideas also have like user stories and like resources and links. So I would like, if you're really struggling, just go to this page and like pick something and then just start building. Yeah. I accidentally said bootstrap. Yeah. I'm sorry. In case you want to check it out, it's the best third-party library, but also has drawbacks. That doesn't help me. I guess I'll have to Google it. I wanted to avoid Googling things that I don't know. Web components. Everything's fine. I just had some things duct taped to the ceiling that just fell off. World-class web components. Oh, I see. So you're comparing it to like MUI or something like that. Cool. Never heard of it. Like So I used to be a developer in the .NET and C# world, and there were they had like UI libraries and stuff for like WinForms or WPF apps, but they were all usually paid. In these days, with everything being on the web, a lot of stuff is open source. So these are more like premium components that you could use. Yeah, I haven't heard of it or used it. Yeah. Yeah. Everything's fine, everybody. Everything's fine. Okay. We only have about an hour left. Let's get this page working. I appreciate the conversation. Shouts out to everybody. Hearts in chat. You all are great. Happy Friday. Thanks for all the supports. Thanks for all the questions. Let's write some code. We're going to go into focus mode now, and we're going to get this page working. Though, we do have to decide, do we handle the post request like this, or do we define a separate API endpoint for the post request and create an island for our form. I guess we can vote on it. I guess we'll do a vote. Okay, we're out of focus mode just for a second, so we can vote on it. Because we have to. This decision will affect what we do next. Well, yeah, I know. I know. There's only two things, but if someone types a big long description, but then they didn't type a name, we would need to handle that on the back end, because when we re-render the page, we would want to make sure that it's pre-populated with data. Okay, how should we do it? So just think of an island as normal React code. And I realize I'm saying React. I really mean Preact, but I don't want to qualify it every time, so I'm just going to say React. We're building regular React. That's what we mean by island, because islands are client-side code, whereas pages by default in Fresh are just server-side rendered. Inline page post handler. Island plus API. You have 1 minute. Vote now. Also, I might overrule the vote. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to go run to the restroom. Hello. It looks like there are about twice as many votes for island with an API. So. Oh yeah, I've done just like built-in validation. We definitely should do that, but the thing is, like, are we going to have any forms that are more complex than this? Like, this form has a name and a description, and then for individual spots, those will have a name and a description and a location. We probably don't need a form validation library. We're never going to have more than 2 or 3 inputs. But what's up, Alka? Welcome in. But I do want to have validation state like this, but we can write it manually because it's not going to be too complex. Once we start having like big forms with lots of fields and state, then it would make sense to pull in a validation library. But okay, we're going to do it the API way. And what that means is, instead of handling the post request in this page, we're going to create an API endpoint. I'm going to create a folder called, so it'll be API/list plural, lists. And then for now, we'll just have like an index.ts inside of there. And we can take a look at the fresh docs to see just an example of like an API handler. Basically, it is just a file that doesn't have a render function. It just can like respond with JSON. Custom handlers. Yeah, so we can have one file that handles post, put, and delete, and get, because we're going to need a get as well. So yeah, basically this is going to be like our CRUD list handler. Thanks, Valrine. Appreciate it. And hello, Alka. I don't know if I said hello. Thanks for being here, Alka. Is this what I want? I was looking at the... Hello. This example... I want to copy, like their API was super simple. I kind of want to just copy it. Yeah, like this. Okay, never mind. You just export handlers. That's basically what we're looking at here. And we export it not even as default. Oh yeah, focus mode. Here we go. Cool. So we will have a post request. Wait, does it need to be all caps? Yeah, post request to API/lists that basically, I'm just going to cut this out. That basically does this. But instead of rendering, we're actually going to respond with JSON. So we'll do response.json with the body. So we're going to just send back what they sent to us. And then also, it won't be form data anymore. We should be able to do, we're going to send JSON data to our backend. And so then we'll just do that. And for now, we'll just do that. So this is our API for creating lists. Eventually, we're going to have some DB code here that actually like puts it into the database and also does the validation. But for now, that looks good. But now, this thing can't just do method post. I think like technically, we could say the action goes against /API/lists. But I want some client-side JavaScript because I want to prevent the submission from happening if the inputs are invalid. And then I want to add like form state, or not form state. Like I want to put the invalid class on elements and stuff like that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this entire form and I'm going to put it into an island. And this will be the list form. So I'm going to create a component, doesn't exist right now, called list form. And so inside of islands, I'm actually going to create a folder called lists. And inside of there, I'll create one called form. So this is the form for lists. And then we will export default function called list form. Yeah, validation needs to run on both sides, but I want it on the client side for usability? What's the word? I want users to not have to have a round trip to the server just to validate their data. But we absolutely, if anything, and I guess I'll talk about that right now from a security perspective. If anything, we at least validate the body here. That's a minimum because this is right before we put it into our database. Validating it on the client side, not as important, but it makes for a better user experience. So now that we have this form, let's do the React thing. So we want some state. We'll have our name and set name. This will be use state. Should get imported from preact. And I think we have that aliased to just preact. Yeah, like that. So we have use state. And this will start off as the empty string. Why are you complaining? Preact has no exported member use state. Where have we used state before? Preact/hooks. Thank you, Oscar. There we go. So we'll have a state variable for our name. We'll have a state variable for our description. We now need a handler to update that state. So I'm just going to have a, we'll call it like value changed. And this will be a function that takes in the input name, which is a string. And then it's going to return a function which takes in a form changed event. And then in turn, and actually we also could have a, let's call this a list. And instead of two state properties, we actually just have an object with a name and a description. Like this. This will make it easier to update. So we have an object with name and description, and then when something changes, we will say set list with an object where the property is event.target.name and the value is event.target.value, like this. Looks good. We need to type this event. I'm going to find that type by doing this. So if I say onChange right here, and I just inline an event like this, it should tell me what E is. So E is JSX internal.targeted event. So this is the type that I need. Can I copy it? There we go. This. I want to copy that. And so now I can use that typing on the function that I defined up here. So event is of type that. And then do I have to import this? Yeah, so this should actually just be preact/JSX, I think. JSX runtime? You can't have nested folders and islands? Okay, I'll fix that really quick. I had no idea. Let's call this list form, and then just move it to the root of islands. I'm going with what Oscar seems like they know what they're talking about. Okay. Do I really need to import a separate library to be able to do this onChange? So because we're using Preact, it's a little bit different. Because if you're using React, it's like React dot like synthetic events or something like that. Handle on submit and grab the values with form data. Because actually I do want validation state because I want to be able to put like an invalid class on the input here. We could do that. All right. That's going to be easier because then I don't even have to figure out what these types are. It's fine. This is fine. We'll do that. Yeah, and then I guess really instead of list state, we actually want like error state. Errors, set errors. And then we'll do some validation. And then if, for instance, like name was empty, we will put an error message on there, and then we can use it. So we could do something like this. And then right here, we can say if errors.name, then we want is invalid, which is a Bootstrap class. And then we can do a similar thing on our text area. But then now this is going to be errors.description. Like that. Okay. So when the form is submitted, actually, we're going to need those types anyways for the form submit. So yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing is I could just define this in line. I actually want a form submitted value here, where we can do the validate and then post request if valid, and then redirect if success, or show errors if errors. So we need to do all of that. This is this specific type of event. Yeah, hot babe. I love how you laugh when you find a new problem instead of being frustrated. It really comes down to mindset, because here's the thing, like developing, coding is frustrating. and you just have to come to terms with that. Sometimes it's easy, but the majority of the times you're dealing with like dependency hell and yeah. And so that's why I think it is good to, when you see something, you just laugh and you take it with stride and you just keep on going. Okay, so these the dependency hasn't been cached yet. I'm gonna cache this dependency so I get type completion. That failed? Exactly, Jack the Dipper. That's the, you spin everything a little bit positive. Every step a little bit closer to completion. Yeah, and it's interesting to think about because so many beginners, like they don't have their expectations set right when they set out to learn to code or set out to be a programmer. Like a lot of people set out to be a programmer because they want to make a lot of money. And while that's good, there's a lot more to it, and you should realize that it is frustrating and it takes a lot of work, and it's not just easy. Oh, this doesn't exist either? Please tell me Preact. How? Okay, I'm gonna go look at the Preact docs instead of just trying to show me how to do forms with TypeScript. Is that it? Thank you, Lord Saison. Preact source JSX. Yeah, okay, thank you. But now HTML form element doesn't exist in here. Also, I need to look at my import map because, oh, you know what? We might not be using the import map anymore. Preact 10.10.6. Okay. Do they have TypeScript examples on the Preact docs? They don't. There's probably someone has probably has the types for like DOM stuff for Deno. Let's see. DOM element types. Deno DOM. Deno DOM is an implementation of DOM and HTML parser in Deno. It is implemented in Rust. Cool. That probably means that they have TypeScript types for me. Because really all I want are the types. I don't even care about the actual code. And the one I'm looking for is HTML form element. It's like element. Does anyone know where I can find these types? They might exist on like definitely typed too. Yeah, that's a good summation of what we were talking about in Score. Tip of the day: become a programmer because you want to solve problems. The money will follow eventually. It's true. It's true. Okay. I don't know if I even want to solve. I mean, we'll make it the any type for now. And then we'll come back and add the types later. Okay, because we need to get some features going. So what I need to do is I need to prevent the default action. And so for those of you that are new to TypeScript, if you come across a scenario where you can't figure out the type, you could use the any type. Obviously, I would want to change this later because I want better developer features and support. And what's up, Jim's account? This is live. This is very live. Typo on line 16? Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Errors. You're totally right. It's just a comment though. But even though I put this as the any type, it should have a prevent default on it. And then we should be able to validate the data here. So I guess technically I could create a little Zod validator. We'll do it manually. Oh, and then I need a ref to the form. Ooh, is that going to be easy enough to do? So can we pull in use ref from preact hooks, and then we have our form ref, which is use ref, which starts off as null. And then when the form is submitted, we should have access to the form. So I could say formRef.current if formRef.current is a thing. Then we can create some form data with formRef.current. And then for now, we'll just log object.entries of formData.entries. Why is this complaining? Expected 0 arguments, but got 1. That's not true. That's not how the form data API works. We're going to ignore it for now. Am I crazy here? Don't you pass a form into form data to get access to it? Okay. Let's just see what this gets for. So now we have this list form component. We actually want to import it into our, specifically our list create page. So now we should be able to grab that from our islands. Let's see what happens. It should look the same. It's broken. The module source code could not be parsed. List form line 68. Missing a curly brace right there. Here we go. Okay, so we have a form, but now when we submit, it should prevent the default action, which it's not. It should prevent the default action and then not refresh. In this case, it didn't prevent the default action, so that makes sense because we didn't actually pass form submitted into this. I could use event.target. You're right. Let's do that instead of a ref. A ref just feels like a little too much because we always have to look at like current and stuff like that. And we know that when this thing is submitted, event.target will be the form itself. Yeah, form data takes a form element. I think the issue is this form data. Oh, where did the type come from? Before it said we couldn't do that. Oh well. Refresh the page. Submit. We get an array. Object.from entries. That's what I want to see. Okay, we get a nice little object with name and description. And then now, let's put this into a variable called our, this is our list, our new list. And we'll do our validation. So we'll say if new list dot name is not a thing, then we want to set our errors to have a name error. We'll have two variables. We'll have our name error, and then we'll have our description. Give me 1 second. Hello. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Something just fell down. Things keep falling down today for whatever reason. Okay, so we have our description error and our name error. If there is no name, we'll say name error is name is required. And then if there is no description, we will say description error, description is required. And then I guess we want to trim it as well. So get rid of any white space. Form data entry value. I guess I could be more explicit about this, honestly. Yeah, I don't want to add all these type error type assertions. I can just do form data.get name. Not namer, name. And form data.get description. Like that. Cool. But does get possibly returns null, so otherwise set it to the empty string, like that. Cool. What did I just do? Okay. Now, why would TypeScript complain about this? New list.name. Oh. That's... I have to I shouldn't have to two-string it. Oh well. This is what I want. This is what I want. And then here I'm going to say set errors with name is the name error, and description is the description error, like that. So, and really, if name error is a thing or description error is a thing, then set the errors. And then so that should validate the UI. We should see that is invalid class. If they're not valid, then we can actually make the post requests to the backend. But right now, we have some simple form validation. Should I be using a library for this? Probably. Like, we could set up Zod and like React hook form, but it's good enough for me. Yeah, we could call this a function called validate. This is fine. This is fine. Now I'm getting annoyed. I'm getting annoyed at all the missing TypeScript types, and then the fact that we're writing this from scratch rather than using a library. But here's the thing. I probably would be getting annoyed at trying to set up that library. Regardless, now we're in business, because when I click submit, if there was an error, it's going to say it's gonna show invalid on both the input and the text area. And then also we could have a little helper. Let's see an example of invalid form state on Bootstrap, like this. So like this, how do they do that little thing there? I think it's just a div with a class on it. Yeah, invalid feedback. So we can conditionally render this if errors.name has a value. So if errors.name, then inside of here we will throw in errors.name. And then same thing down here for the text area, but we will do errors.description. Like that. Okay, moment of truth. Now, if I submit, name is required and description is required. All of that coding, and also first try, it worked first try, but all of that coding, just so if you submit the form, it doesn't even make a request to the backend. At this point, we've stopped it. Where it's like, hey, please fill out the form. I guess the other issue here, though, so this is in Oscar had us use the form data, but this is why we would use a controlled input, because now once I start typing, the value has changed, and so technically, the moment I start typing, I need to clear the errors. I guess I could just do that. I could literally say like on change set errors with the current value, but set description to nothing. And then we could do the same thing for the input here. But instead we set the, instead of description, it is name, like this. So what that'll do is if I submit it, there's errors, but now if I start typing, it should have set in that error to nothing. It did. Oh, I guess I don't want... Preact is a little bit different from React because I think instead of on change, I actually want on input, because on change only works for when the input is blurred, whereas I want it the moment I start typing. So submit, we get errors. The moment I start typing, the error disappears. The moment I start typing, the error disappears, but then if I submit again, then we get those errors. Okay, okay. Oh, well, what's nice is when we validate in the API, we have our Zod types. We can just run it against our Zod validator. Yeah, for future review. Yeah, I would pick React hook form if we were looking for a library. I absolutely would, because I've used it in the past and it works wonderfully. So yeah. Do people use Copilot? I don't know if people use Copilot for their job. It'd be interesting to hear, though. So many code lines for two form inputs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, that's why we would use a form library, because they handle all of this stuff. And this is why you use a form library, because right now I'm only dealing with 2 inputs. What if you have a sign-up form that has like 5 inputs and possibly multiple pages? You don't want to write all of this code from scratch. So, how do I feel about this? I'm having flashbacks to like some production code that I've written where you see this piece right here where we have like some error state down here. We have like an error class that gets applied. This is something you're doing often. So what I typically would do is I would extract this into a component that's reusable, that has error state and allows you to like pass data into it. I don't think I'll do that right now. Yeah. Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, like, that's what we're working on right now. Like, technically, I didn't have to implement any of this, but this is just a good user experience. Like, I want to show an error if someone submits the form. Well, if they're, yeah, I want to show errors before submitting the form, for sure. Okay, I think here's the other issue, though. Well, I guess that's not necessarily an issue, but when I submit the form, if there was a server-side error, I want to keep the form. I guess the form would be okay because there wouldn't be a redirect. I would just be displaying the error on the page. Yeah. If the form is invalid, we want to show the errors. Exactly. That's it. Now let's handle sending that data to the API. I am just going to use fetch because it's built in, but I'll try catch it. But actually, I don't know. We'll see. So let's do a fetch. We need to just go to /API/lists, and this is a post request, and the body is JSON.stringify new list, because we created this little object here that has name and description. We then validated that the name and description are correct. And now we're going to send that data to the backend, to that API endpoint. So, yeah. And then, so people ask me all the time, why do you use Axios? This is why. First of all, I have to manually stringify my data when I'm using fetch. Second of all, I also have to specify the content type headers because I need to tell the server what the content type is. So I have to manually say that this is application JSON. Whereas if I were using a library like Axios, I wouldn't have to do all of this. And then the other aspect of it is when I get back the response, I have to say, is response okay? And if it is, do the business. But if it's not okay, then do the business here. And this response.okay has to do with a status code response. We could say the data is response.json. Like, because I'm building this API endpoint, I know that I'm responding with JSON no matter what, even if there's an error or not. So it's fine. Okay, so now let's make this an async And let's handle it. In this case, I'm just going to log out the response that we get from the server. When I click submit, we validate the form. If everything is valid, we're then going to make the post request. That post request is now going to go over here to my API route. Here. This one is just going to read in the body and then respond with that body. So right now we're not doing any database lookups or anything like that. We'll say on the server side, this is what the body looks like. Let's try it. Let's try it. So Deno is good to go there. Refresh the page. The name of this will be places to visit in Denver. Here is my list. Okay, so we click create. The backend gets that data. Awesome. The backend responds with that data, and then what we're logging here is what the backend actually responded with. Wonderful, wonderful. At this point, we can put it into the database instead of just logging it. And then let's actually, let's put it into the database. And also validate it, put it into the database. Let's put our to-do. So first of all, we need to validate the body, because right now we're on the server side. We're not on the client side. Validate the body. Then insert into DB, and then respond with inserted item, inserted list. That's it. That's all. If error, respond with error. Okay. I am going to need the user object in this because whenever we create a list, the list belongs to a specific user. Yeah, we're about to do it. We're so close. We're gonna put stuff in the database. It's been 2 months. We're finally gonna put a list into the database. It's gonna happen. But the point I was getting at is we actually need this same auth middleware that we were using on the dashboard that gives us access to the user. Now. In this case, I kind of want to define this somewhere and then import it where I need it. Like, I almost need a folder for, at the top level here, like a folder for middlewares. And then, do I call it services? So basically, I want to take that middleware that was setting the user object, put it in a reusable function, so that way I can put it in multiple places. Exclamation mark project will get you a link to all the stuff that we're working on. I haven't pushed the code from today yet, but I will after the stream. This is just going to be set user on state. And then this will it basically will be this. So set user on state. Good enough. Good enough. And it's going to export this function, this handler function. Okay, but now anywhere that I need it, like in here, I will import it. So I will import handler from, go up a directory. Well, we should be able to use @ So go into the middlewares folder and grab this set user on state. Are there any mods here right now? I don't know if I've seen any mods. Give me a second. Mods. Everyone do the mod check emote. Do we even have? I think we have the mod check emote. Yeah, this one. I honestly need to make some of the VIPs mods because a lot of you have just been hanging out. You're part of the community. Okay. Back to it. Where were we? in this file, we imported that handler, and now I just need to export it. Literally export default set user on state. And then I need to make sure that that's a default export. So, yeah, what's up, Sony Eagle? Is it a default export, or do we need a named export named handler? Let's see. Actually, it's not. So it's not a default export. So we need to pull in the named export handler and then export that as default. Great. But what that now allows me to do is I can take this same middleware that I defined for my dashboard, which like does a redirect if if you're not logged in, essentially. I can put that in my API list folder. So now any routes under lists need to use that same middleware. And now I haven't like duplicated the code. So now when you make a post request to list, it's going to make sure that you're actually logged in and then do a DB lookup to grab your user. I don't need the whole user object though. Never mind. I did that whole refactor for nothing because technically I still have access to the user ID from this middleware. This middleware sets context.state.user ID, and that's actually all I need for the DB lookup. Okay, so never mind. It's okay that I refactored that. For the list, I actually don't need that. It's a little bit more custom. Because like on the home page, I actually have this middleware that's like, if you are not logged in, redirect to the home page. Yeah, it can be called without the form, but I'm just saying that I have access to the user ID, which is fine. I still technically should do a redirect if they're not logged in. So it'll actually be more similar to this. I'm just gonna code it in line for now. I'm kind of just like all over the place. Let's just settle in and code on this file and then refactor later. So when we receive a post request, I need to make sure that the context actually has the user ID on it, and I can tell it what the type is going to be. I thought, anyways. How do we tell it what the type is going to be? Like this. So now it knows that user ID is a number. So if there was not one, we actually don't want to do a redirect. We actually straight up just want to respond with like a 401 unauthorized. Response, new response. Response, like that. Do I have response.status? Yeah, can I set that to, or is it a, what is it? It's a number. So I can set that to 401. Is it read only? Can I pass in the status here? How does this work? So this response object is from Deno. It's not from Fresh. Response string. So response.json. And then here, stat. Thank you. That's it. I should be able to do this. And then the message here is just unauthorized. Like that. So if they tried to make a post request here and they weren't logged in, meaning we don't have their user ID on state, then just immediately respond with an unauthorized. This is not a middleware handler context. This is a This is a handler context. Cool. All right. If they weren't logged in, unauthorized. If they were logged in, we're going to parse the body, and then now we're going to validate it. If we look at our DB, we should have some schemas. So we have tables, and in this case, we have a spot list. This is the list that we're going to be creating. And I kind of I wanted to validate just the name and the description, because all of these other properties will have defaults, and we did some pretty tricky stuff with the being able to set up the columns for the database, like generated number and date type. It's not going to validate those correctly. So, are the layout buttons on the top right of VS Code new? I think they've been there. I never use them, though. I always just have one thing open. Kind of what I want is I actually want like a separate validator that's just like spot list that has these two things, or like spot list validators, and then we spread spot list validators into that, and then we also create a spot list that is a Zod object. I don't know if there's anyone familiar with Zod. Let me know. I don't know if there is a way to share specific validation properties with two different validators, because this is basically what I want to do. I want a validator that only has two properties on it, name and description, but I want to share that between these two different validators. For now, this should work. There might be a better way to do it, but we'll have that. And then I'll have a type for it, z.infer, with type of spot list. And we're also we're gonna export that individually, both of these. So now I can pull that validator in here and say validate. So spot list, we'll import that in. And then we can say parse async with the body. We should get back the parsed body. So result is a promise that resolves to an object that has a name and a description property. If I said alias in package.json, VS Code should get that right. Link me. Honestly, it's another dev setup thing. I was like, I just want to write the code. Okay, so we validated the body. If the body was invalid, it should throw an error. And really, we kind of want to try catch this, because if it throws an error, then we want to return a proper response. Something like this. In this case, 500. For now, we're just going to say server error. To do proper error response. Let's see. Did you forget we're in Deno? There's no package.json. I was like, oh yeah, great. There's no package.json. We're in Deno. I won't worry about it for now. Yeah. We'll use that later. Okay, so validate it. If it was invalid, we'll handle like a bet. So instead of, If it was not valid, technically the status code needs to be like 422 unprocessable entity or something like that. Whereas if there's an error putting it into the database, then that's more so like a 500 status code. But at this point, let's put it in the database. So we need to pull in our DB. I'm going to look at my auth callback as an example. This is the only other place where we're doing database stuff. So we need to pull in DB. And then we should be able to say db dot insert into. Let's try it. db insert into, and then this is where we get type completion because it knows about all our tables. We want to insert into spot lists, and then you can say values, and then pass in an object. In this case, result. And we pray that it accepts it. Let's see what we get. So I have a feeling there's some properties that we need to specify. So I would say like let's pull in that validated result, and I'm going to call it validated result so we're very clear. This is the validated result. But we also need to say like, is it public? No. Is it published? No. And then dot execute. Thank you. And actually, I want execute take first or throw. And I also want to return everything, returning all. Something like this. Okay. Public does not exist on the read-only schema. Let's look back at our schema. Oh, but it does. Are you crazy? Oh, user ID. User ID. And that's going to be this. Published. Public. Created at and updated at should automatically get set. I'm just going to put all of these in here to see if it gets rid of the validation error. Public does not exist in type read-only insert. Published does not exist on type read-only insert. Timestamps is created at and updated at. It's two separate ones, which I was trying to specify manually. User ID does not exist on type read-only insert object. Nothing exists. Why? Oh, man. So, really, this just, if you remember, like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 streams ago, we went from a basic interface to trying to define the interface with Zod. When in actuality, the only validator we need is like for incoming requests, like this. This is actually the only validator we really do need. And I guess for updates as well. Yeah, I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to TS ignore it. I want to see where I'm using spotlist table. It's defined in here, and then it's imported over there. Okay, here's also what we're going to do. We're going to revert back to the way that Keasley, which is the library we're using, would prefer that we define this. So like public boolean, published boolean, name string, description string, user ID number, and then there's these special types. We need generated. So ID is of type that. And then date is of type this. Could user ID be treated as string? It could, but we actually don't need it to, because in our middleware that parses the ID from the cookie, we cast it to a number. So we should be all right there. So with Keysly, this is actually how you define your stuff. And this should help. So now that it's just a regular plain old interface instead of like a Zod object where we're trying to do special stuff, now let's reload that that file and see if we get better errors. So we want API lists. Yeah. So we don't want created at or updated at. We just want that. I thought the solution was to remove Zod. Apparently not. Apparently not. Let's take a look at how we were inserting into the database over here. So we're doing insert into and then values. It's totally okay with that. If we look at our user type, let's see how we define that. Yeah, we did it in a similar way, and it did not complain. I mean, all right, I'm gonna reload VS Code just to make sure like the TypeScript server and everything is still working. Yeah, that's the first step. Reload the TypeScript server. Type unknown is not assignable to type value expression. Argument of type user ID unknown. Oh! Is that it? Is that really the only thing? Is like, okay, user ID name, or user ID number, name string, description string, is missing the following properties from type. Public and published. I can't believe I didn't see that earlier. Okay, so it's okay though. That as a number, I think, is what we needed. Let's go back to using this to see if that actually still works. So can we use the Zod validator thingy? Yeah, we're gonna put Zod back and see if that actually was the error. Apparently I'm just really bad at reading TypeScript errors. It looks like somebody called it, but I ignored them. Who? And Pierman. Hello. I see. I didn't know what you meant by this. But that's what you meant. That's what you meant by that. And Pierman, thank you for that sub. Thank you very much. But that's it. That's literally all it wanted. We told it that it was of type state. So it should be a number or undefined. Yeah, the typing is based on this. So like if we look at context.state, it doesn't have the right type. Record string unknown. Maybe maybe they do that just so that you do cast it to be safe. Because maybe I don't even have the types right, because I should be getting type completion for user ID or user, because I told it that. Oh, this is the post data. I see. Oh, I see. So this actually should be the type spot list. Oh, I see. Oh, man. We got there, though. We got there. So this makes a lot of sense. The handler wants to know what is the type of the incoming data, and then what is also the type of state. And I passed the type in wrong there. So that's why, yeah, it was my fault. I did it wrong. It's my fault. It's my fault. Okay. But now, it's happy with that. That should insert it into the database. I say returning all, so we should get back the inserted thing. And then let's just respond with that inserted thing. So we inserted it. Now I'm just going to do response.json with the inserted value. That's it. That's all. Can't be that easy, right? All right, refresh the front end. Internal server error. Handler1 is not a function. Something happened. Routes middleware line 19. It did not like the little export thingy that I did. Dashboard middleware. That's what it needed. So this file needed to export a thing with a name handler. What I did was I exported it as default. Okay, so that's good. The page is loaded. Let's confirm what we're doing on the front end. So the front end, not that, the front end form. So for having very little functionality, we have written a lot of code. There's so much code in here. Okay, the front end is going to send the data to the back end and then log the response. So what we should see, if this works on the first try, is we click submit, the server receives it, validates it, puts it into the database, and then we should get the response, which includes the actual ID of the thing that was inserted into the database. Are you ready? Let's go. Server error. That's good. That's good. That's good. Relation spot list does not exist. That's a good error to get. There's a chance for a Deno Fresh helpers library. Yeah, I guess all the things that we're doing pretty often, we could. Is that what you're saying? That we could pull these into a separate library? I need to migrate for whatever reason. I thought the database had the latest stuff, but yeah. Okay. Let's try again. Let's try again. And go. Server error. Relation spot list does not exist. Okay, maybe we called it something different. If we called it something different, I'm going to be really mad at past CJ. Really mad. Spot list without the S. That's okay. That's okay. Where did we define the names of things? Here. bad, CJ. No, it had to do with the mapping that Keasley was using. So Keasley used this as the table name on insert. Now we should have to fix the query. Yeah, so now it's like, hey, that's not a thing. You want that. Okay. Better, better. The app is running. Go. Yes. Now it inserted. So we can see what actually got put into the database. We've got created at, description, ID, name, and updated at. So specifically the fact that we have an ID here means that it worked. Awesome. Awesome. Someone asked me, why did I put singular and not plural? I believe it. I believe it. Is it inconsistent though? The rest are singular, I thought already. Yeah, user, individual, social profile, individual, and then spot, individual. Let's confirm that our migration created a table called spot and not spots. Yeah, spot, individual. Okay. We've done it. All right. Now, had I been writing tests, we would see that we have some uncovered code here. I have not I have not shown that if we send an invalid body, we actually get back a bad response. Let's just assume it works. If we're passing it into Zod, it should work, right? So if someone sends us some bad info, we're gonna catch that. And then technically, if they sent us bad info, we would want to show that in the UI as well. Let's actually just use it here. Let's say like error dot message or unknown error. And then we could also do if the type of the error is a Zod error, then we could respond with a 422 message. The issue is like I've been streaming for 3 hours, and so I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting tired. I'm like, do I really want to have to write all this code? Not really. Let's just leave a to-do for next time. That's really what this project has turned into. Just more and more to-dos. Proper status code based on error. But for now, we're at least putting it into the database. So let's actually handle the redirect on the front end. So we send it to the back end. The back end's like good to go. If we get that on the front end, we need to redirect to the list edit page. So in the form, if the response was okay, that means there's a 200 status code. We should get access to data.id, and that's specifically the redirect that we want to do. So I actually want to do window.location. And we are not, we don't have client-side routing. Like this is all, it's all server routes. So setting the window location will cause a page reload. And I want to go to dashboard /list/edit/some ID. Like this. You can hear my fan noise. That's probably what you're hearing on the microphone. Are you hearing it might have been moving around a little bit. Yes. So if the list was actually created, we're then going to redirect you to the edit page where you can now start adding spots to that list. And I'm going to make sure that this is organized in the right way because I have dashboard, and then I actually want list/edit. So I'm going to move this edit into the list folder. And I'm going to rename this to list plural. So my API routes and my URLs are plural. The database entities are singular. That's at least my preference for things. So dashboard /lists /edit that specific ID. Cool. What if I pass the form data up to its parent and make the request from there? Would I be able to do client-side routing then? I don't want to do client-side routing. It would be a lot to set up, mainly because Fresh is all about server-side rendering. So all of the page loads are server-rendered page loads, at least as far as I know. I don't think they have anything in their docs about doing like any kind of client-side routing. Yeah. Okay. If the response was good, let's redirect, and then the user can start editing. If it was not, then we technically we need some error state, and we need to show that error state on the component. Like, we'll call this create error. And then if the response was not okay, we will say set create error with data.message. Because I'm assuming that if we respond with an error from the API, it'll have a message property. Otherwise, response.status text. Cool. And then if there was an error or a create error, we want to show that right above the form. I think we can show it in the form. Like that. And we only want to show that if create error has a value. Like that. And then we can use like a Bootstrap alert. What's the, there should be a Bootstrap class for alerts. If error, add that message. No, I'm all right. What's up, Enzo? Welcome into the chat. We want components, alerts. We want the error alert, class alert, alert danger. And we can give it a role too. Danger. Okay, so now it's not found because we renamed it plural to list/create. I'm going to make sure that my button on the dashboard page goes to the right one. So lists like this. Okay, so now I'm going to create another one. Well, we should see the redirect. So the name is best foe or pho in Denver. And then we'll throw a little spaghetti. Create. Boom. We get redirected to the ID for that specific one. Awesome. That's what I want to see. Now, I can actually demonstrate a server error if I remove the cookie from the app here. So if I remove this cookie, that's essentially like logging out without doing a redirect. So if I delete that, now there is no cookie, which means if we've done everything right on our back end, if I try creating right now, it should say that I am not authorized, and I should actually see that error here, unauthorized. That's what I want to see. Great. Great. So we have a little bit more code coverage. We at least know that this piece here is working, so unauthorized. Testing the validate, we actually could just do with like insomnia or something like that. But the reason that this alert is showing is because we handled that here. So, oh no, on the client side here. If this was not okay, set the error, otherwise redirect. Okay, but now let's do a proper logout so that I can log back in. And then one thing we should do is on this page, we should actually show that we have some lists. So right now it says you have not created any lists. Let's create an API endpoint that lets us retrieve the lists, all the lists, and then actually show them in the UI. Now, you got me thinking. How or do I call an API endpoint inside of a page that renders, right? So right now we've got this nice little post request. What I'm going to want to do here, I mean, let's just write it because it's going to be pretty easy. I'll copy this, but it's going to get way easier. Yeah, so you have to be logged in to see this page. You'll get redirected if you're not logged in. But basically, we need another handler here for get. Oh, gosh. I actually want to copy all of that. We want a handler called get. Same thing, if you don't have a user ID, you're unauthorized. And in this case, we don't parse the body or anything like that. We literally just do a DB lookup. So I can do lists are db dot select from spot list dot select all properties dot execute. That's just, yeah, that, or I think I do execute. Yeah, execute. So that should give me back an array of all of the lists in the database. And then I can just respond with that list. And in this case, if there was an error, it really was a database error. Oh yeah, you're totally right. Yeah. Where user ID is the logged in user's ID, because right now this would give you all the lists in the database. We want only the lists that belong to this specific user. So I can say where we get to demonstrate type completion, where user ID equals context.state.user_ID, like that. And so now that'll give me all of the lists for the currently logged in user. We'll just underscore that. Should be good. So now if I go to /API/lists, there we go. We get a list of them. But what I want to do is I want to get this data into this page, so that way I can click on them to go to the specific edit page. Now, here comes my question, and I guess I'll end focus mode. How do I do that? Do I, like, I want this API code to exist here, but technically this page should be server rendered. So yeah, I want to server render it. But now I want to call, I guess, do I just use fetch? Like, I want to call this handler from inside of a server rendered page, right? I want to reuse it. I don't want to have to duplicate this code. I think anyways, right? So this is the dashboard page, and really in my Git here, this is kind of like Git server-side props, very similar to Next.js. This is the stuff that runs on the server side and then renders the page. This is where I need to get that list. And so technically I want to respond with the user like that, but then also lists, which would come from my database. And then I would have a dashboard page props. And this would have a user, which is of type user with social profiles. I guess it would never be null, just that. And then lists, which would be an array of spot list. And then I can say that this is that. Possibly undefined. Okay, but now the question is, how do I get this list of lists? I'm curious if it's possible to like call an internal, like internally, an internal handler. Otherwise, I could just put that database code in there. Let's see if Fresh has anything in their docs about it. Architecture. routes. Let's look at their issues. Call handler. API route middleware? Fetching from my own API route. That's what I want to do. In Next.js, if you had an endpoint, inside of the page you can call that, and I will fetch the data that endpoint returns. Is there a way to simply do this in Fresh? Yeah, so like here's the tricky part though. Like if we had a fetch right here, that technically would be like a fetch against localhost, like because this code is running on the server. So this would be making an HTTP request against itself, which is fine, but ideally there would be a way to call this code without that. Did you use isBrowser? Should work for the client side. The workaround I use is first post turned out to not work. 508 loop detected. Get from handler. And then where does handler come from? Oh, I see. They manually invoke the handler. So they basically import that handler function in multiple places and then manually invoke it. Okay, here's what we're going to do. In the meantime, we're going to make a fetch against ourselves. we're basically going to say response is let's see. Does this talk about making a request against yourself on Deno deploy? You cannot recursively fetch the current deployment. It's too easy to get into infinite loop otherwise. This is an intentional behavior. But how would I fetch? Oh, you literally opened this issue. This is you, Oscar. You cannot fetch the current deployment from yourself. You shouldn't call your own API endpoint from the server. Instead, call the function directly using a JS function call. All right. All right, Luca. Luca's the creator of Fresh. So honestly, what I need to do is I just need to extract this into a reusable function. I will do that. Let's just do that. So in our DB, I'm going to create a folder called queries. And inside of that, I'm going to create a file called spotlist. And this is going to export a function called findAll or getAll. And this will take in a user ID, which is a number. And it will do this. Not that, just this part. We'll come back to that. And then user ID is just going to be user ID like that. And this is an async function. Cool. And then we need to pull in our DB like that. Looks good. And then now instead of pulling in, well, I guess we'll still pull in DB. We need to refactor a lot of the DB queries we've done into kind of like a general queries file. Like this. We'll do that refactor later. I laugh because we keep talking about refactoring stuff. But now I can do await find all with context.state.userid like that. And why is this complaining? Oh, it doesn't know where to find that. We will import it from @/db/queries/spotlist like that. Did I call it getAll? We're gonna call it findAll. Yeah, I mean that's basically what I'm now doing is I'm refactoring into a data access layer. So this is purely database access code. It has nothing to do with anything else. It only is accessing the database. But now I'm using that in this handler to grab that list. And now I can reuse it over here, which is what I wanted. So I can make this async, and then I can import find all. Like that. User ID as a number. I know it's a number, and I know it's there. So this returns an array of from DB schema. spotless. I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna typecast it because I know that it has a weird type on it, but it actually is a list of spotless table. What if it's unauthorized? That's handled at a higher level up. So essentially, I have a middleware running before the dashboard loads to check if you're logged in. And if you're not, it redirects you. So you can only make it to this page if you're logged in, which is why I know that user ID has a value on it. Yeah, so there's basically... I honestly, I wish there's a better way to see that, right? A better way to see that, hey, there's actually code that's going to run before this. The same issue exists inside of, like, Express.js. Like, you don't know all of the middlewares that are running unless you explicitly follow all of the code. But essentially, this runs first. It puts the ID onto the request. And then this middleware runs next, which will actually do and it's imported from another file, but this will do a redirect if the ID was not set. Okay, all of that to say, we now have ourselves a list. We have a list of data. So here we can say if data.list.length is not a thing, then we're going to show this message that says you have not created any lists. But if data.lists are a thing, then we're going to just map over it. So I guess we'll put them in cards. Let's grab a card. Like that. Let's see what cards we have access to. I sure do like the color green here on the coding garden. Card border success. I'm curious if it uses the green variable. Or if we'd have to redefine it. Can I grab a Mapbox tile? Oh, for the location? We don't have that much info yet, but eventually it would be cool to show a little map of the area. I was just seeing if it's going to be easy enough to set the green color on this thing. And really, we just want to set this in our global CSS. So in our static global, we now want to override this, and that's just our Bootstrap green. So whenever I do a success card, it'll show up with our nice green color. This. So for every list in that array, we will we'll show it. So data.list.map. That's going to give us each individual list, like this. And right here, we should be able to say list.name, like that. And then right here, we should be able to say, wait, we have card header and card title. We don't want that. We just want the description. List.description. So yeah, we're mapping over data.lists. Are we saying... Yeah, lists isn't optional. It'll always be there. I guess technically I don't even need to check the length. I just need to map over it. That should do it. You ready? Boom. They're kind of ugly, but they're there. They exist. And then I should add a little button right here that lets me go to the edit page. Let's see if they have cards with actions like this. I guess that's a modal with a footer. Remove the card header and set the title. I like the title being there. I definitely want to make the it's actually, yeah, this is actual DB content. And actually, I mean, you want to see more? Okay, so what's something else that I would create a list for? Wait, what are the two we have? Where are lists? Top 10 parks in Denver. These parks are so good. Okay, so we create this, redirects to the create page, but if I go back home, there it is. It's in the list. It's in the list. Oh yeah, where's the green? Good point. We'll fix that. Places to never go. All right, let me update the style. So first of all, we want a little bit of spacing between all of these and the button above it. So I'm gonna create a little. I'm gonna put it in a div, and then give it like a margin top of 2. Let's see what that does for us. Pushes it down a little bit. Good. Now each of these cards I want to be full width. Can I do like width full? I think. That's better, yeah, because now actually, like, our body has a specific, let's see, here. I want this to be width full, too. Like that. Cool. But this whole thing needs to be in a container. So, I'm going to put the container class... Let's see if I put the container class here. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Yeah, and they probably should be sorted by most recent at the top. So let's actually do that in our database query instead of on the front end. So where user ID is that, and then order by created at. Descending? Created at descending. Yeah, not ascending. So now the newest ones are at the top. Look at us. It's like we know how to write code or something. We've got all this stuff. All right. Let's I'm fine with updated at. Yeah. So your most recently updated one is at the top. Cool. You're here for this shirt? Thanks, a Deadly Fork. What were people saying? You can Control-Shift-C without DevTools being open because it'll open it and activate the picker. Oh! I've literally never used this shortcut. I guess for me it's a Command-Shift-C. Wow, Alka. Change in the world. That literally goes directly into select mode. I had no idea. Yeah, we have some stretch features for like how many views a list gets, and eventually you'll be able to like the list and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, so we've created a list. Let me make sure that we have, or let's figure out why the green color isn't getting loaded. Border color. We should look at computed properties. Bootstrap green is there. Um, card border color. Border color. Oh, RGBA. I see. So I actually can't do it the way that I thought. Convert this to RGB for me. How do I do that? What's the best way to take a hex color and turn it into RGB? Okay, Grandma, press Control and C to copy. Should I do capital? I don't think it matters. That's funny. Okay. Throw that in there. Will this tell me? RGB. 86, 188, 88. $86, 188, 88. Okay. See if that fixes it. Can I create a variable, a CSS variable that is literally just this? Is that a valid CSS variable? Because I think that's what it wants right here. So basically, they're setting the border color to RGBA with this variable, comma, some other stuff. So that, I think that's actually what it wants. Yeah, look that. Oh, that's weird. I've never seen that. Yeah, that's new to me. I didn't know you could just put random stuff into a CSS variable. Okay. You can put literally everything in CSS variables. No way. You can put some emojis into it. That's amazing. Oh, I mean, I didn't get a syntax error, which is why I assumed that it works. Okay, I want to put a little button on here that will take us to the specific page to edit that specific item. So it's going to look like this. Inside the card, got the p tag. We'll throw a little div on there. We'll flex it. And we'll say justify end. Throw the button inside. And this needs to go to, we'll say edit. And this needs to go to dashboard, lists, edit, / some ID. So we'll make this a template string, and we need to throw in here the list.id, like that. And this will be button success. So now we get this button, we click it, and it takes us to the page to edit that specific one. Right now the page doesn't have anything on it, but we should at least display like the name of the list and stuff like that. Yeah, so the Bootstrap buttons automatically get that cursor icon. Also, I don't think I want it to be a large button. A regular size button is fine. Like that. I want more spacing around this button over here. Margin everywhere 3. Whoa. Margin bottom 3 as well. 10? Margin bottom 10? 5? Doesn't matter. Are you colorblind, or is there no border color on top? Which one? I don't know. Do the exact same card copy at the top of the left-hand panel. Oh, you mean whenever we go here? we're talking about different things. First of all, I should give this more margin. Yeah, like that. That's nice. And then I think this is probably what we do. Yeah, that's better. That's better. The first and the last look different than the middle one. Really? No, they don't. Do they? The borders are different. Disagree. Also, I need to go. I have to go. I'm way over to my time, my allotted time. Twitch only lets me stream for a certain amount of days. Yeah, both of you had the same idea. What's up, InException and the Lemon? And also, I'm joking. Twitch doesn't limit how long I can stream, but I do need to go. But we made progress today. I mean, if you look at how much code changed, 36. I mean, I feel like we did some renaming, which touched a lot of places. We're getting closer. We can at least create lists. We have validation and such. Next time, we'll be able to add spots to existing lists. Next time. Yeah, and so what's nice about this deploy here is the moment that I push to GitHub, it will auto deploy. So I do need a new environment variable. So I need my cookie secret. I need to put that on my Deno deploy. But then when I push to GitHub, it should be good. So in here, if I go into settings, I can add a variable for cookie secret. I'm going to set it to something quite secret. Save it. And then now when I deploy, it should have that variable and it should be good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and commit. And deploy. You all should be able to try this out, and then we'll work on it some more next week. Split Chunks mentions you can use space-y -number on a parent element to add consistent margins to child block elements. So that's a Tailwind thing. Cool. It's good to know. I'm going to stick with the margin thingies that we used. What's up, Anpace? Thank you for your advice about Vite yesterday. Oh, yeah. So you were asking about Sass and stuff. If you can ask me one more thing, do I think it's better to use JavaScript to compile Sass as Vite already provides, or install some program like Parser? So, behind the scenes, Vite is actually using a Sass compiler. So, a JavaScript program is running to compile your Sass, but that also happens with Parser. I think Parser might actually use... I think Parser will actually do the same thing. So what Parser and Vite do is the same, to answer your question. Essentially, Vite is hiding all of the implementation details, but it actually is running Node Sass. So if you look at the Vite documentation, and you look at features, and then you look where they talk about Sass, you can see that you have to install Sass. So Sass is actually an NPM dependency. And this is what's doing the compiling. So technically behind the scenes, it's running this to compile it. And I would assume that Parser actually does a very similar thing. If we look and see how they handle Sass. Parser supports Sass automatically with Parser's Transformer Sass plugin. When a Sass file is detected, etc., etc. So yeah, and then we could look at, if we really want to know, we could look at this package. But my guess is this package actually has a dependency on this package, which is Sass. But let's see. We can dive into it. Yeah, look at that. So Parcel Transformer Sass has a dependency on Sass, and we just read that Vite uses Sass directly. So ultimately, they both do the same thing. It's just a matter of which tool you want to use. And in this case, I would say just go with Vite, because it's all set up for you. Yeah. Okay. Can I move the login button to the top? Eventually, yeah, but not today. Also, make a pull request if it bothers you that much. I was in the middle of committing. Okay. Add list create page. For the most part, that's what we did. We probably did more than that. All right, so I pushed it up. I don't know how long it takes. We can watch the build over here on deno.dev and see. Pushed 5 seconds ago. 6 seconds ago, add list create page. We can look at the logs. It's listening. Refresh. Unauthorized. Good. I think that's new. But because we switched databases, it should have. If you were already logged in, you should get logged out. Okay, it's broke. Something happened. Our redirect did not work as intended. Try again. Authorize? Well, we've broken it. I'm not going to debug it right now. Something's going on with the deployed site. Yeah, multiple of you are trying. I can probably show in my Supabase database that we have some new users. So we're not using Railway anymore because I ran out of free hours. So I signed up on Supabase because Supabase just gives you a Postgres database, and that's really all we needed. But yeah, I can see users in my database. I can see their social profiles in my database. Yeah. Well, I didn't switch from Railway on stream. I did it before stream just because Railway, I ran out of free hours and I wanted to be able to use it today. You have crashes? No, just logs. Maybe the cookie setting isn't working anymore? No, we have a cookie. Maybe our middlewares are broken? Oh, is it possible that we had keyboard cat in more than one place? Yeah, it is. This is an easy fix. So instead of that, we actually need config.cookie-secret. Yeah, this is the fix. Yeah, we had hard-coded keyboard cat before, so now it should work. And you shouldn't have to relog in if you just refresh the page after it's done deploying. I'm in. Nice. Yeah, so now we're on the deployed site. I can create a list. Top 10 pizza shops in NYC. Pizza. Like that. Create. Now we have the list, but if I go to the home page, we should see it on their list too. Cool! Alright, that's great. That's all I have for you. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you for all your input. Thanks for ton of support today. So many gifted subs and resubs. And then the $100 dono at the start of the stream. So much support. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Check out the stream schedule. The schedule for next week isn't up yet, but I'll put it up this weekend and you'll see when I'm going live. This past week, I streamed every single day. I'm probably not going to have as many streams next week, maybe 2 or 3 streams, but if you go to this site, you can stay up to date with when I go live. If you join the mailing list, I send an email out every time I go live. It's usually a bit more reliable than like the Twitch push notification. I have a YouTube. Check that out. And I'm always forgetting something, but that's probably it. Let's go on a raid. I don't know who we're going to raid, but let's go. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. And if you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And thank you, Mike the Tree Climber. I'm glad you got off work early today to watch me work. Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. You're awesome. Stay awesome. Have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. Make good decisions. Be nice to people. and remember that programming is hard. Okay, let's go on a raid. Like I said, I don't know who we're going to raid, but wherever we go, drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And show them lots of love in the chat when we go over there. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. Will it work?